Alright, everyone, welcome back to the rest of Chapter 1 of Project Eden's Garden. Last time, which was an hour ago, we got our first victim! And it's Wolfgang! To the Eden's Garden team, you got my kudos. I never expected it to be Wolfgang. Like, maybe once in like a blue moon, but let's continue from where we last left off. What does that mean?
Moving on.
Nope. That's all you're going to get from me. Sally ho!
No!
Hey, wait! Damn it, he's already...
Why?
Make it not too easy.
This looks bad.
No way. He's saying the cause of death is part of the mystery? Fuck this. Who cares?
You're crazy!
I'm not investigating shit. Keep me out of this.
Don't look at me.
I don't want to be here. I don't want to keep looking at him.
No, just... no.
You have to be insane if you think I'm touching a dead body. She finally spoke.
No.
Stop. Although she didn't yell, there was overwhelming in her voice. Same kind of trauma.
Yeah!
What do you want? We all remember the rules, don't you? If we don't solve Wolfgang's murder and uncover the killer,
Can't you see?
then we're going to die. Our feelings don't matter in this killing game. They never did. All that matters now is finding the
Don't
truth.
test me.
Rich coming from
Bad
me.
news.
Maybe it is, but it doesn't mean she's wrong. If we accuse an innocent person, everyone except the killer will be executed. That's what Chosen said it would.
It is how it is.
It is how it is! The difference between life and death is nothing much else we can do. But I don't want to look at him. Investigate a crime scene doesn't mean investigating just the body. It's standard procedure in homicide investigations to try to pinpoint the victim's moments before their death.
Thinking.
That means searching places they would have gone to, people they would have spoken to. In Wolfgang's case, his dorm might have area of interest.
Yeah,
Since the dorms have locks, there's better something.
Oh boy.
Then would you put it like that? Hey, broski, want to explore a dorm? Yeah, sure. If your guys going, then I'll come with. Yeah, same for me. The way you spoke with suspicion, so harmless. Pretty much she spoke, and she spoke.
Hold your horses.
Hold on, Ulysses won't be going anywhere. What?
Aye.
The notebook you're carrying. Whatever evidence we find down here, I want to record it. What about us? What do you mean by description of here?
Moving on.
Obviously, I'll remain here. He's just dead! Wolfgang dead. I had to find out why. Diana!
I don't understand.
This is so hard to believe. One of our friends would really be a murderer? Friends? She said it. Oh. Environment perfect for deceit. An environment perfect for murder. Worst of all, an environment perfect that we created. Diana, I don't think it's you. I think Diana would be too obvious. Alright, tablet first. Victim was looking accurate. The ultimate war. They killed his ass first. I cannot believe that. Bye. in water. Approximately 9 a.m. 9:35 a.m. Still pisses me off. I've seen everything except cause of death listed. Especially when I knew the reason why. What? Cause of death. See, the dummy. This is definitely commenting for the killer. Probably because they failed to hide their own tracks. And withdrawing information might be his way of balancing the odds. Bullshit rules.
Lose.
Who's the one who's absurd? Dozy tablet number 2. Alas, poor Wolfgang. Actually, controls. Before Toby Trumpet. Alright. Let's. Oh, what the fuck is that? Okay, wait, first, I want to look at blood. There was blood scattered across the floor. Now it's a blue. But now, after my eyes,
I see.
Looks like that's the hole. Okay, Wolfgang. It's most likely Wolfgang's blood then. Alright, let's talk to Winona.
Hello?
Winona, you're still
Seriously?
here? Is there a problem with that? Why does she frame everything I see in the worst light? I'm preparing to hold a one-on-one session with Ulysses. I was consulting him about something important before we were interrupted by your announcement. Before the blackout. Repeat that.
It's simple.
The blackout. What were you doing with Ulysses?
Come on.
You're not speaking any sense. There's no... What? She can't be serious. The blackout affected the entire building.
Anyways.
Let me rephrase that. Where were you when the murder
Sheesh.
happened? We were... Where were you? At Cassie's gaming room in the
Oh,
dining room.
really?
Really? No. Not what I
Let me
expected.
see.
This guy spent the night in a large tree. We stayed there up until since murder. Unless she had an alibi until then. As the location mentioned, I assume the entire building complex connected that one. So it means okay, so it only affected this building. So Ulysses and Winona are fine because they're backing up each other. Let's talk to Ulysses, shall we?
Terrible.
The generator over there is practically submerged in the water. I think we should say why is it tough one? Worried about being electrified. You know what I missed? Why?
Damn.
Yeah, since Wolfgang is kneeling in the water, we should avoid.
No.
You know what?
Huh?
Water's unsafe.
Listen to me.
Before making conclusions, we should experiment first. Oh, she got the light bulb.
Look.
See? Now let it in. Water's safe.
Well,
I see. And I suppose it's safe to inspect
Okay.
everything. What do you think I'll do? I think I'll hear from Khan instead. Alright, Eva. Whoa. Aren't you going to investigate this thing?
yeah.
Who else? That guy with...
Hang on.
That's different. I never thought it was
I see.
real. I see. Poor Eva. God damn it. What? Alright. Let's talk to Jean. Jean de la Mer.
Aye.
Aye, oi, take a whiff of the air. Is it something off about it?
That's...
Mostly burnt rubber.
That ain't it.
Yeah? There's another scent, a real bitter one. Might be onto something. Cereal and rubbing.
Bad news.
Dude.
Eh?
It is how it is.
Cereal and what? I'm sorry, what? Cereal? Okay, whatever. What else do we gotta investigate? Okay, generator, cord, the taser! Oh my... I didn't know what that was! Okay, what the fuck? Where the fuck did they get this? Ooh. Desmond? Knife! Okay, so there's a knife. Let's look at the generator. Definitely probably cut it out.
That's...
Now that I think about it, during the game tournament.
That's...
See if I can connect it. Yeah, there's a cord with wire. There's an extension cord. Speakers. God damn it, why is Mark now on my suspect list? Alright, wait, hold on, let me... Oh, wait, whoa, what is that? What is that? What is that? That's something floating nearby. Metal or plastic? What the fuck happened? Okay. Let's... investigation mode. Okay, nothing else but the body, I guess. So, looks like... Did I not? Oh. Oh, fuck.
Hi.
Why did you move over here? It's,
The struggle.
It's highly important we investigate everything we can. That's why I moved over here to investigate.
Eh?
What is it? What's the floor?
That's...
Oh, what? This? Yes.
Seriously?
Just a small piece of scrap metal.
Do you think?
Even so, it's part of the crime scene. It's necessity.
That's not important.
Seriously, something so small means nothing. Damon, this is gonna be the crime. Oh my god, I cannot. I just still can't believe he's dead.
Hello.
Do you want to do something? Holy crap, did you have to scare me like that? Yes, do you want me to inspect him?
Where?
I'll investigate with you. It'd be easier for both of us that way, right?
Right.
Right. Right. Oh my... Oh god, what did they do to him? Wolfgang legs completely still. His frozen face of horror. Oh my god, I really don't want to. Okay, Wolfgang's hand.
Focus.
Let's see. Palms are scratched.
Huh?
Huh? Oh my god, what the fuck?
The hell?
Hello.
Let me see. Burn marks. That's really horrible. They look like gross little veins. One infected
That's...
There's a taser away from where we're standing, but I couldn't find anything indicated in fire.
Is that really true?
I know.
I think I could have destroyed by something. Maybe Wolfgang caught in that something and... you know,
Not sure.
Not sure. The generator seems to...
Look at this.
Stone's wire isn't conductive. So electricity can return
Right.
to it. You're right. Anything able to melt the generator wires would have burnt it to a crisp.
Thinking.
I think we can receive these burns outside the boiler room. Look at his face, I guess. Oh my god! That looks like a really bad injury. Almost his entire neck is
Damn.
disfigured. Right. How do you get this in the body? Moving around it seems like this might be morbid, but what if someone's body is
That's...
frozen? Can a body open this fast? It could or it couldn't. It probably depends on the environment. Like, as in the
Correct.
temperature? Correct. Cold places.
Thinking.
Kind of like dairy products. Good comparison. Oh, God.
Fair.
Is that dot? Is that a bead mark? Doesn't look like it. And around it there's a flame. It reminds me of a pimple pop pimple.
So,
There must be something.
What is in there? Okay, let's look at his blazer. Wait.
Eh? Damn. No.
Secret 8:15 a.m. Boiler room. Closed door. Doesn't it feel like
I see.
Not sure.
Maybe there was a struggle. Maybe we'll find a
There must be something.
Either way, this message is definitely a valuable clue. Oh fuck. That's just how my mic is. Hold on. Thanks Rex. Hold on. I will try and fix my mic. I don't know which. I don't know which one is my mic really. I honestly don't know which one my mic is, but thank you, Trey. Hold on. Thank you, Rex. I guess I'll just get closer to the mic then, or I don't want to unplug my mic. Hold on. I guess I'll just get closer to the mic then. I'll just get closer to the mic.
Well,
Now I really want to know where everyone was at that time. I woke up at 8:30 this morning, so I was asleep. It's only 35 minutes before the tournament. Cassie, Jet, Mark, and I already woke up in the dining
Right.
hall. Alright, sitting up there.
That's...
As for the other students, they're like...
where?
Yeah. Let us just... Exactly. And I prefer to keep this note between the two of us. At least for now.
Anyways,
Let's see, what do you think?
Gah.
No, I'm pretty sure.
Hmm.
You know what it means.
I know.
I have an idea. The author decided might be the one. I don't know, Wolfman's
Huh.
blackmail. Huh? If they claimed to have it, they could have baited him here with any issue. After all, Wolfman asked to meet up with the person who blackmailed him.
Strange.
Jack Boyle. Yes, now.
What could it be?
Peter.
Right.
Hmm?
Except we have Wolfman's blackmail, so Wolfman made the warning signs and the reason for any of them less
You see,
Huh?
desperation. Desperation? You know the details of his blackmail.
I see.
It would stand no reason. Maybe Wolfman had hidden this note somewhere safe instead of bringing it here. Valuable evidence. I doubt he could have envisioned something like that happening. He was really never really let his guard during the killing game, except when you were around. Well, I guess just let's look at the body, I guess. Now that I think about it, the place looking really so wrong. everything together.
Hello.
Hey, Damon. Since we're inspecting the playroom, we should...
Right.
They went upstairs to investigate Wolfwing's dorm, right? Yes, because I said earlier, the victim's last known whereabouts were the best place to search
Okay.
for clues. Alright, let's see what they're up to.
Eh?
Oh? I noticed it. The doorknob. Something about it. Looked different. Hey, Eva? The doorknob. Is it flipped? Flipped? Are you sure? Take a look for yourself. The first time... Lock was on the inside, not the
Is that
outside.
really true?
How would someone be able to fit
That's-
it outside? Screwing it properly. Ingrid is now on my suspect list. Ingrid is now on my suspect list. She has tools.
Huh?
What do you mean? This is the first time I've
Is
noticed.
that really true?
Really, you didn't notice the back when you entered the door outside? No, not even then. Both of us were in darkness, so, or my own nerves. But back then, I wasn't paying attention to small details like the doorknob. All that we wanted to do was get to the boiler.
Anyways.
I know it makes sense.
Listen to me.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I probably would have noticed the doorknob if I had been there. But that's beside the point. Alright. Just go. Here's their picture. Someone locked someone inside the boiler room.
Moving on.
Alright, let's go. Did they fill the fucking room up with... Did they fill the room up with water? And that's why his body's like that? That's my only fucking guess. I don't know.
I know.
Ooh. The extension card, we should confirm for storage closet.
However,
Come again?
You want to talk to her? Yes, I want to talk to her. That's that. It wasn't help from my
Well?
investigation. Well, any help is better than
Fair.
no help. Fair. Oh my... I feel like they... Okay. That's it.
Yo!
Hey guys! Sorry for not noticing sooner. I'm super swept down the hallway.
listen to me.
Can you provide a sweep?
Okay.
Let's hear it. Back for a sweep.
You see,
You know who attended the The game tournament, huh? Everyone slated the join kept their words and was
What about...
There were 8 people total. Jet, Mark, Grace, Jean, Kai, and 3 of us.
Huh?
Something on the line. And since the murder happened in the playroom
Well?
room, wasn't that, I mean, everyone, the dining hall is like alibi?
Ooh!
That's a good point. Totally right.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, nice. Good. Storage closet B. Storage closet
Check
B.
it out!
I mean, that's what they call them in that. Oh, fuck. I should be reading that.
I see.
C. In that case, Kai and I must have gone in C. Remember clearly, which shoot was to check the closet, but
correct.
Yeah.
Marking on D.
Question.
Huh?
How?
No.
No way. As far as Cass is concerned, everyone is innocent until proven otherwise. I investigated the sword. We didn't just find it.
Anyway,
We did hear someone running down the hallway.
Am I hearing you
For
right?
real? Yes, we did. Someone fucking fleeing the scene.
Doubt it.
It's the truth.
Really?
Yeah. She's like, did you really? I heard them like this, man.
However-
I brushed it off as my imagination.
F.
I guess me and Jem must have been talking over them. Were those footsteps freezing against the boiler room, though? It's Damon, yeah. They came from the direction of that room, so I wanted to see what the person was running
For
from.
real?
Fooey, really? I would have just chased after the footsteps. I mean, entering the boiler room after something like that, you weren't scared at all. What I actually discovered wasn't much better. True. Then those footsteps must have been... I don't know why anyone would be running around the spooky hallways all alone.
What about...
that's not important.
Alright, wait, hold on. I gotta see something before I do. I gotta pee. Alright, that what I have is knowledge. Because, see, what I just thought of, and this is what my friends got to the body recently, and they realized something. They proposed a very interesting theory. What if the person, and now with all this evidence, what if the person who was running away isn't the culprit, but someone who saw the body? What if they the culprit locked them in? It's a possibility. Considering the places this person ran away from, the crime scene, those footsteps could have probably been killers. Yeah, you mean? Oh, that was Damon.
Right.
Fresh off the murder, or a bit after. Depends on what time we went downstairs. Either way. Thus, bit by bit, the mystery is slowly unraveled.
My genius is almost
No
frightening.
need. 'Tis the days of work. Didn't really do anything. Okay, she helped. We gotta investigate this room now.
Interesting.
Right.
Look,
Eh?
Oh?
Yeah.
Generator.
correct.
That's...
Who would swear this room again? Capacity injects. Okay.
Thinking.
Well, capacity injects after this room. No other people got the power now. Yeah, why did you have to have a navigator generator? Let me just enter the room again. Okay, so
Yeah.
Closet A. Let's take a look around. Ew, look. What is that? And there's handprints on it.
Strange.
I'm using this one. Enough
I know.
for the purpose.
Jeez.
Weird.
Focus.
There's dent on it?
Huh? There must be something.
Absolutely not.
Huh?
Listen to me.
Grayson and I have seen them. Yeah, of course, Grayson. Grayson Howell investigating the closet during the time. What if the killer came here before any of us came downstairs?
Save it.
If they were out in the hallway, they couldn't have done this here. Dang it, she's right about that too.
Moving on.
Okay, I think we're done with this film. Right, this was the one I think Kai and I investigated in. No, we're not. Project 4.
I see.
Really important here. Think okay. And last door.
Look.
Yeah.
Parking.
That's...
I think on the pile of boxes.
Jeez.
Well,
Oh
strange.
no.
Okay.
Yeah, there's definitely the same type I saw in the boiler room. Extension cord.
So,
Yeah.
so,
Yeah. Anyway.
where?
Interesting. I really don't want Diana to be the culprit. Something in the back of my mind is just like, why should be the culprit? I don't want her to die. But I don't. Oh wait, there are? Okay, fine. I didn't know. Okay, hold on. Do I need to talk to Eva again? Here.
Interesting.
Wow.
The hell?
How'd you do that?
Seriously?
Of course I'm nervous. You were nervous
No.
earlier. Yeah.
Moving
you
on.
weren't. Anyway, you shouldn't be nervous.
Well, listen to me.
Alright, I think that's it. Unless... Alright, yeah, there's still something down here. Wait, what the fuck? Arrow... Door, maybe?
Weird.
Stop.
Oh, wait. I found it.
Eh?
Correct.
I see.
So,
Focus. There must be something.
what could it be?
Eh? Right.
Thanks.
There we go. Okay, it was just the blood. I just didn't know where the fuck to go. Okay.
Eh?
Yeah,
What's up, you guys? Let's just some stuff happen.
What could it be?
Is something wrong? Sorry. Oh, he's a good foot. Flying by these
You think?
I think we
no
are.
kidding.
Well, yeah, the scene downstairs is bad, but I'm talking about something else. After Tozy left, we tried to go inside looking for clues, but the moment we stepped inside, she suddenly pounced on me. Dragged and Jasmine ran after us. If I had noticed, my heart stopped beating so
Huh?
quickly. Hold on. Is this she?
Shit.
Yep, it's Grace. Can't let her bar us and enter in the room. The class trial will start in a moment. That's what we're trying to tell everyone else, but she's pretty much given up.
Think about it this way.
Listen, if Grace doesn't want to cooperate, we'll start badgering her with questions. Poke her at her ego. Eventually.
Safety first.
If you want, you can join us. The debater must be good at giving verbal details, yes? I did.
I'm out.
I'm gonna get a testimony from Left and check.
Eh?
You're not coming with me?
Where?
Grace isn't someone I'd like to be around right now. You two can handle her.
Right.
No sweat.
Goodbye.
Should we approach
Totally.
this one? Yeah, well, it's almost time.
Okay.
Right, okay. Do you want to wait, Damon? Oh, sure. She's gonna surprise all of us. She's gonna be like, Grace, you shut the fuck up! Alright, bitch, Grace, I love you, girl, but I know your boyfriend died, okay? Don't you two yuppies get it? You're not coming
Don't get
in.
it mixed up.
Hey, on. We're not here for that. Damon just wants
Back
to ask
off.
a question. He isn't coming in
Jeez.
either.
Soybean.
Oh god, I need water. We should clues.
See that?
Default. What if I said
Come again?
things up for you? You've searched this room high and low. One note way.
Oi!
You think I'm
Just
lying?
saying.
There's just a chance. Could be,
Hey?
unfortunately. Yeah? Think about it. You haven't been given any reason for us to believe you. Someone who's got nothing to hide wouldn't be acting protective right now, you know? It gives the impression that you really don't want us to succeed.
Anyway.
Also, couldn't this just be breaking the rules? Those who want us to be fair.
Don't test me.
I'll report it to tell. Oh, she gonna snitch? Told you gonna snitch? I mean, Eloise gonna snitch? Huh?
You.
Uh-huh.
Makes sense.
Nice idea. What are you gonna say for now? If Togo this is sabotage, you might call Mara to help. Oh wait, this is not sabotage. Not anything about the murder. Don't try to get me involved. Desmond never mentioned Wolfman's murder.
Anyway,
Look, let us into the room. Tell the truth, we'll drop our suspicion.
Gotta stay one step ahead.
The reality of the situation is we gotta invade Wolfman's privacy if we know what happened to him.
Okay.
Sweet, thanks, Grace. What's Wolfgang's room look like? What does it look like? This is Wolfgang's dorm room. What's on the right?
Oi, you!
Oh my god, don't tell me. Are you fucking kidding me? That's so far.
Hi.
Damon.
Easy enough.
And here
That's
are-
not it.
in the boiler room. Found cages
Are
in there.
you for real?
Huh? I can't tell if he was fired or not. I don't think he has, but I want to know for sure. If I'm wrong, the pages on was you. It might be a clue of Wolfgang's
No
death.
kidding.
We're talking about it's a big deal.
Yeah.
huh? Since we're still using guns. and
All good.
shooting. No sweat. I'll see what I can do about it when I'm done here. Thanks for the heads up, Jamie. Eloise is kneeling on the floor.
Hi.
Hey, can we
Give
talk
me a
this out?
moment.
Okay.
Mm,
Is there something wrong? What? No, you're worried about saying Wolfman's murder. When the murder happened, I was present in the courtroom. In the courtyard? Yes? It is Desmond to confirm. If you're just confused. No, I'm fine.
It's
Let
simple.
me just ask this. What were you doing during the blackout? Blackout? Yeah, you did.
that's
finish it, right?
not.
No, I don't think we ever did have blackout. Where
I see.
announcement. Okay, so anyone who wasn't in that building didn't experience the blackout. Grace is being pissy, so... Let's just talk to Grace. Grace, I love you, girl, but like, we're not here for that my
Hi.
ass. Hey. Oh, she need eyes.
Quit it.
No, this is something I can tell you look in the face. I didn't do. Yep. Yeah, she got a grip on herself. Get it.
Anyway,
I'm funny. Please we confirm that.
Hmm.
How was this morning? Grumpy? Happy?
eh?
We were planning to go to the game tournament, but he woke up with an ache in his stomach. He woke up sick? You told me the truth, Wolfgang planned to attend the
That's
tournament.
not it.
Why did he say the opposite yesterday? Oh, wait! From what I remember, Wolfgang did say he was too busy to attend the tournament. More like he wanted another round of pachinko in the machine.
Watch and learn.
I would now. I interrogated him after.
No.
What? That's seriously what you
Yeah,
meant?
okay.
Uh-huh. Hey, now, let's do the tournament. It was a bit finicky at first. Typical for a sliding, but yeah, eventually paid. The thing was super play.
Okay.
Huh.
Right.
Pfft. Dumbass.
Alright, so... I'm trying to think. Grace is just me. Alright, I'm gonna go get some water. I will be right back. Grace. I don't think she did this. And I don't want her to be the one who done this. Alright, y'all. I'm back. Ready? Let us get back into the investigation. Oh. Okay, yeah, I don't think I should leave. Is there anything else? To investigate? The fucking teddy bear? What? Alright, dining hall time.
Hello.
Rage.
Nothing important. I don't think Jet and Mark are taking this seriously.
Focus.
Thanks.
Okay, wait, let's look at her boyfriend first. Shit. Why did Tozer fix the blackout himself? Is the maintenance...
Not okay!
The fridge and pantry restock every day, though.
Wait.
Oh yeah, Damon, since you're here, I've been thinking really hard about those footsteps. you
Come
made.
again?
No, seriously.
Yeah, they were soft, like the person was wearing socks.
I see.
I didn't mention it. It did sound like socks in the house. Man, out of all the things, it has to be this.
Man.
I mean, why didn't the killer wear shoes? Think about it. The sound of something like heels would be pretty distinct, right? 204. And
Don't say that.
what I'm saying is that you could totally figure out a shoe from the sound it makes. Anyone could be wearing socks. This person probably removed their shoes for that reason.
This sucks.
Just a lot. Kai contributing to the murder. We love to see it. This is why he serves with us. We love to see him. This is why he deserves to make it to chapter 2. Right? Yes. Alright, what can we investigate here? Alright, let us talk to Mr. Getty.
Yeah.
Yeah, is it me or is something funky about
Come
this
again?
place? What? I don't know, everything feels kind of off. I can't place why. No, it's bugging the crap out of me. I feel like he's kind of league here. I guess I can't blame him. Alright, Marky Poo. Let's talk to you. Mark had returned to his position.
Hi.
Hey, Desmond and Lucy really plan to investigate Wolfgang's killing. This isn't gardening anymore, so you can go inside now. Let me guess, you don't want to investigate?
It's nothing.
I just wanted to make sure that everything wasn't damaged. Well, we're suspicious.
What?
Huh? I heard people are giving Grace a side eye for being uncooperative.
Slow down.
Yo, hold on.
Harumph.
That's not important.
I don't care. I'm working on a time limit. For you to talk getting better looking at Roski's face whenever you guys are together.
It's simple.
But everyone here, I think you know at least about person's face. What? No way. Sure, Mark might not talk a whole lot, but if he wasn't having fun, do you really think he would be hanging out?
Broskies always stick
Come
together.
on, Broski, back me up.
Uh,
What time did the murder happen?
That's
9:35 a.m. Check this.
that's
Time of the murder. It was like this when I came back. I think the clock screwed over the blackout. Now it's frozen to whatever was displaying before.
my man.
Let's go, we hit the jackpot. Dude, this is fucking wild. Alright, Eva.
Where?
Yeah. Sounds like a mock. Oh, wait. Oh, kitchen notification. Oh, what? What? Oh, okay, we got 20 minutes. Okay. I was like, ain't no way. Oh, hi, Elena. I'm fine for now. You know, I was shocked who the victim was. I'm shocked Wolfie died. But, as long as Diana, Kai, and Grace don't die, we Gucci. And Eva now, because now she's on the list. Great, great. Please continue investigating until see you later. What? It's only 20 minutes until the trial?
Hang on.
Damon. Jeez, how does that keep scaring me?
That's...
As I was saying,
Toshiko, Ingrid, and Diana.
Jeez.
Alright, calm down. Desmond's in the court. So they're in the
I'm
courtyard.
talking.
And Diana's in the laundry room. And I'll talk to Diana first since the laundry room is in the same building. Meantime, don't
Can't
panic,
you
okay?
see?
I'm not panicking. Alright, we gotta go talk to Diana. Yes, I wanna leave. Alright, bye, Lin Lin. Alright, we gotta go laundry. Where the fuck is that? Where the fuck is that? Right here. Right. Diana! Please tell me you're in here! Oh, my girl, my queen, what are you doing in here? This can't be happening. Damn, you guys the question. Please, get me home and...
No.
Investigation's gonna be over. We can't wait. Okay, sorry. Where were you doing
Oh.
the blackout? Oh? Blackout, right. Right before the body was discovered. I was sitting alone, doing the makeup. You don't have any makeup on. I was explaining, I don't want to make makeup, I liked it all.
I see.
You were alone in your room, you guys. This isn't going up to me.
Sorry.
Sorry, I was sick. And you know, if I go back to the room.
So,
Do you think she was acting
That's-
weirder? Not weirder than the others.
where?
Oh, alright, we need to fucking bolt. We need to run. Sprint, my guy. My homies, we gotta sprint to that courtyard. The fuck? The fucking... We enter a space-time distortion, or am I just tripping? I still cannot believe Wolfie's the one that said first. Alright.
Hello?
Excuse me.
Unacceptable!
Seriously?
Please?
Impossible!
Moving on.
think this through.
Toshiko? Kayura-chan?
Huh?
Huh? When did you see him? In the dorm hallway on my way back from pharmacy. The dorm hallway? Just as I was about to enter my room, I saw Wolfgang leave his. Oh, Wolfgang! What a coincidence. Running into each other like this. Are you on your way to the tournament with Miss Kayura? Miss Kayura? Of course not. A professional like me knows better than to attend such silly parties. Alright, my apologies. How are you? You want to go to the tournament? That's correct. The tournament. I'm just into the laundry room for now. There's a batch of clothes I accidentally left behind me there.
That's...
Wolfgang said he was going to attend the tournament.
Strange.
Yesterday, he told everyone he was too busy to attend. Listening to chat this morning, I had no reason to question him. I heard bits and pieces of conversation from my dorm. The whole thing couldn't have lasted longer than a minute.
Bit complicated.
Toshiko and I were bunk buddies, so, by the way, I'd like to mention that... Just remember...
Eh?
Acting. That's when I got to the pharmacy. I was procuring some medication for English. Not my bad moment, I'll admit. But I knew I couldn't trust Toshiko.
So,
How should I put it?
Yes, that pass would make sense. I mean, when the announcements initially played, I just had to make the pharmacy. Okay. We're totally fine, Lisa.
Sure.
Yes, nothing seemed wary. I think he's a liar. I think he's a lying scumbag. Wait, hold on. Let me... Okay. However... She lied about Wolfgang being... Funny how she know... Ooh, Grace. Oh, sorry. Back here gave us a sweep. This kind I decided to stay where we were until the lights turned on.
Eh?
How should I put it?
Heard it first, then to the peak. That's... Must have been how you found the crime scene of that. Yeah, that's right.
Too much for me.
This is such a terrible sight. I can't believe someone here actually... Excuse me. Just hope we can solve it. Oh no, it's time! I'm scared! Chat! Chat! I'm scared. Okay, I'm gonna put audio on for a sec. That's... Oh, fuck, it's not voice acted. Alright, everyone, it's time. Tree of Ignorance. Pooh, get it? It's time. I'm scared.
Fingers crossed.
You two go on ahead. Toshiko and I will
listen
catch
to
up.
me.
Okay, let's go, Disney. Right. Oh, God, it's time. At least I'll get my fucking voice a rest. Thank fucking God. Ugh. You know, I made our way to short front. Once there, we wait for the others to arrive. So, how you guys
It's
doing? Words don't do it
Yeah.
justice. Yeah, I feel pretty bad.
I can tell you how I feel, and I'm doing, and I don't even know how I feel.
I'd rather be safe talking for the trial. The trial. Which in moments of time. Damn it, David. Get a grip already before it opens.
Hi.
Hey. Did you check the
Right.
taser? Yeah, right, I did. And just one. The gun blast. The gun's blast door.
Huh?
Blast what?
Eh?
Oh, come out again. Hold on to something, everyone. The tree of knowledge is a symbol of strength. Alright.
Shit.
Well, I guess we got a conversation short. I'll explain everything during the trial. Let's go wait.
Holy!
Oh man, this is really happening. We're so screwed. We're all gonna die.
It is how it is.
Game over, man! Game over!
Hold your horses.
Ooh, here, cards were stacked against. 14 people working together, or some murder, or a person trying to lead
Are we
everyone
ready?
astray. If everyone is in for a struggle, it ain't the group
Do you
of 14.
think?
You make a good point. Statistically, the odds are in our favor.
It'll be okay.
Exactly. Luck will be on our
No,
side.
it's not.
If luck was on our side, we wouldn't be in a killing game in the first place.
I can say something for okay?
Oh,
Oh, what is it?
It's a message from the killer.
Oh, what?
what did you say?
It's a message for the killer?
The person here who killed Wolfgang. Whenever you can you please step forward.
I want to help.
We don't have to do this. This class trial. If you can just finding yourself, step forward.
Come on.
Diana.
Dumbass!
Can I go now?
Slow down.
Yo, broski, wait up.
It's time to go in.
Alright, it's time. Mark trial, this one's real. Oh god. This is right here anymore. The elevator. Damon, you're gonna have to learn to trust fucking people. Oh, that's all I'm gonna say. Oh, we're fucking here.
Rise and shine.
Somebody call the ambulance. I think we got a case of deja vu.
Isn't this lovely?
Ooh, it feels like only yesterday you were playing detective at the corpse of crime scene.
How interesting.
Alright, we are going to save. That sounds like a good idea. And before we do, we are looking at these fucking truth bullets, my guy. Alright, let's do the truth bullets. How many? Ooh, there's a... Oh my god! This is the first case? Oh my god, okay. We'll look at them in a minute.
Yeah,
Just to remind yourself, right? You're yourself,
The show must go on.
Come on.
We really have to
Oh,
do this.
crud!
We got this. As he said, the Force Lady's gonna show up.
Hey,
It's okay, everyone.
we
can do
can't
this.
give up.
Right, guys. If we work together, we can solve this case. So come on, let's do this for Wolfgang. Oh God, it's time. Oh my God. Oh no! No! Why are literally like some of my favorites now? Oh God, Diana beat the first killer allegations. Trust everyone. If Wolfgang hadn't been so naive. I'm still in shock that he was the first victim. Yes, please. Sure. Alright, let's go down there. And right there. Alright, also, I gave into peer pressure, so, we're just gonna put this shit back on normal. So, alright. So, let me turn my fan off first, because I can't hold it. Blackout. Oh, fuck. Alright. Oh, hello, Matt. Hey, son. What? I literally just got to the trial, so we're about to see. Alright. Okay, I can bring up the fucking trinket at any time during the trial, right, so... Alright. Let's stop delaying. Enough preamble. The result of 2 years. Let's see it. Is he going to be sitting down in his chair? Or is he going to be standing because he's so slay? I'm serving in my chair, guys. I'm just kidding. Oh no, please don't tell me the game crashed. Oh god, okay.
Let's get this started, shall we?
Let's put auto on for a minute. Oh, he's just standing.
Welcome back to the trial grounds, everyone. Unlike previously, today will be no circus. No mockery woven with stitches and needles.
Oh my god, shut up, Tozu.
A true, fair, and proper trial will commence. A battle of wits between the blackened and the spotless. I doubt I have to explain
Oh
the
my
rules
god,
to
the
you
fucking
again.
legal ass painting.
But even so, you must vote for who you believe is the blackened. If the blackened receives the majority of votes, only they will be punished, and the rest of you will resume your killing game experience. However, if you vote for the wrong person, then expect no sympathy from your hosts. All spotless students will meet a tragic end, or the blackened will be granted release from this academy.
Happy discussing!
Yay!
We pray for your survival and success.
Yay, we love to see it. Slay. Hold on. Hi, Eva.
Can someone please break this silence?
I don't want to talk about this.
Wolfgang deserves justice. But putting everyone's lives on the line like this is just cruel.
Oh, crap. Without a lawyer, we're totally screwed.
Oh my god, it's like Kokoro from DR. Y'all use your brains, please.
Whenever I turn my head, I keep expecting to see him at his podium.
Oh, don't cry, Toshiko. He's in a better place now, you hear?
God damn it. You know, maybe it would have been better if she died first, like, I'm gonna be honest. Not because it's fucked, it'd be more fucked up, because I don't want to have to deal with a crying child. I'm sad. I cry when children cry, and she is literally a child.
Whichever one of you sick bastards did this, whatever it takes, no matter if I have to kick the brains out of every single person here, I'll find you.
Do you really gotta resort to violence?
Let's just stay calm, okay? Making peace with our situation is, the first step in handling it. How the hell can I stay calm when there's a killer on the loose? That bastard is watching us right now, fully content putting our lives on the line. Is that what you call peace? Being at the mercy of some dickhead silent observer?
Well, nobody knows for sure if the killer is even a silent observer. If anything, the killer might try to feign innocence through other means. For instance, pretending to be outspoken about the case.
Ooh. Eloise is throwing the shade? Hold up, girl. I didn't know you got this. But, huh?
What the? Are you accusing me of something?
I mean, what you did during the investigation seems really suspicious.
What did Grace do?
She stood in front of Wolfgang's dorm room and wouldn't let anyone go inside. Intentionally or not, it really hindered our investigation.
Because of Grace, almost everyone who planned to investigate Wolfgang's dorm gave up and went elsewhere. It was only after some of us started protesting that she finally relented. You know, for someone who seems so adamant about finding Wolfgang's killer, it's odd she tried to conceal potential evidence.
Ooh.
I'm not saying Grace is definitely the killer. I just think we should be cautious of her.
She has an alibi, though.
Huh?
Grace couldn't have murdered anyone, 'cause she went to the game tournament.
I'm like, Kai, this is what we
Grace attended the tournament?
Does that rule her out from committing the murder?
Well, yeah. We had to be at the dining hall by 9 a.m.-ish, which was like half an hour before the murder. Nobody left the tournament after it started either. Nobody I know of, anyway.
There weren't many of us there. Had someone disappeared, it would have been obvious.
So, Grace is off the hook? Wow. That plot thread resolved itself quicker than I was anticipating.
So Jean, Grace, and Kai attended Cassidy and Jet's game tournament.
And me.
And Mark.
Damon and I also attended the tournament. We can also vouch for Grace.
You guys aren't lying, are you?
What the heck? Are you seriously doubting 8 testimonies?
If the 8 of you were really together when Wolfgang was discovered, then Kai, doesn't that contradict what you said before the investigation? You told everyone you and Damon found Wolfgang first. How is that possible if you guys never left the dining hall?
Okay, it's just a simple miscommunication.
I never said I didn't leave the dining hall!
But earlier you told us you were with the other attendees.
That's because us partygoers left the dining hall together.
When the blackout struck, the tournament folk joined arms and headed straight downstairs. I would know. I saw him.
There was a blackout?
You don't remember?
Actually, I don't recall a power outage either.
How could that be? Did an alternate timeline converge with ours?
Oh my god, no! Fucking the Somnium Files reference! Nice. Call it blackout. Oh god, okay, here we go. The blackout affected one building.
I got it. The reason not everyone experienced the blackout is because only the building containing our dorms was affected. If I had to guess, the courtyard and tree area are connected to separate power sources.
So the tournament attendees were affected, yet they left the dining hall? Why not stay put until the power returned?
Because we were the ones who brought it back. It didn't seem like the power was being restored anytime soon, so we took up the challenge of fixing it ourselves. And just our luck, boom! We found a spare generator lying in one of the storage closets. Of course, then we found Wolfgang.
She's right. The 8 of us split into 4 pairs and inspected a storage room each.
Because of the Tosu trinket map, we know which ones, too. Eva and Grace check storage closet A. Jet and I check storage closet B. Damon and Kai check storage closet C. And Jean and Mark check storage closet D.
Yeah, I was with Grace. She can confirm being with me, too. Yeah, we were together.
Oh, I didn't realize. I'm so sorry for what I said earlier.
Sorry? You're sorry for accusing me of murder. Sorry doesn't cut it, you conniving two-faced bitch! If you really want my mercy, then get on your knees and beg for it!
Okay, Grace, listen, I know your boyfriend died, but chill out. I still think you're serving here. So
Whoa! Uncool, dude.
Hang on. Even if you aren't involved in Wolfgang's murder, you must know something about his last known whereabouts.
What makes you think she'd be privy to that?
You see, there's proof Grace spent last night with Wolfgang.
Grace and Loya Man? Talk about an unexpected pairing.
When I investigated Wolfgang's room, I saw a bunch of golfing equipment inside. Also, there was a blue woman's jacket tossed over the mantle of Wolfgang's bed.
Ugh. He's right. I also saw the equipment and the clothes.
The clothes are understandable, maybe. But why was golfing equipment in the room?
Yo, little history dude. Wolfgang must have spilt the beans with you, right?
Why would Ulysses know anything?
Common courtesy. If you're gonna have a one-night stand, you gotta let your roomie know in advance.
Common courtesy also says you should watch your mouth around children.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I'm getting this right, Ulysses is bunking with Wolfgang?
Well, we only shared a dorm for one night.
You aren't bunking with him anymore?
Let me provide some context. As you may remember, after Desmond suggested everyone bunk together, the male students were directed to the dining hall. Once there, we played rock, paper, scissors to determine who would partner with who. Jet partnered with Mark, Desmond with Jean, Damon with Kai, and I with Wolfgang. Those were the pairings at the time. However, the following day, Grace and I agreed to swap rooms.
Yeah? Why'd you do that?
For reasons.
Totally not suspicious.
It was a win-win situation. I get Grace out of my hair. She gets me out of hers.
You two were originally bunking together?
The pairings were decided via a game of tic-tac-toe. I wasn't big on my partner being chosen for me, so when the opportunity arose to change that, I took it.
Thus, I became Winona's roommate, and Grace became Wolfgang's.
Can confirm. I watched the whole thing play out.
Since the room swap happened the night after we implemented the bunk buddy system, that would mean Grace and Wolfgang have been bunking for about a day and a half. Ugh, gross.
In that case, Desmond was right about those two being together last night. Grace, did Wolfgang act strange at any point? Like, maybe he said something that stuck out to you, or... Oh, maybe he had trouble getting to sleep.
No. Nothing weird happened last night. Nothing happened last night, but...
But...
The morning of the murder, this morning, Wolfgang told me he felt sick.
Sick?
With a stomachache. It hurt so bad he couldn't get out of bed. I was gonna cancel my plans for today, but he convinced me to attend the tournament. So, I left his room right after the morning announcement. And yes, I'm talking about the game tournament. The same one Wolfgang acted all hesitant about attending. Newsflash, I changed his mind after breakfast yesterday.
Hold on a sec. That ain't what you told me this morning.
What did Grace tell you?
Simply put, she felt like competing. Grace knew I planned to compete as well. So she asked me to be her sparring partner, since you needed one to enter the tournament.
She withheld information.
Aye, that she did.
Grace!
Of course, since I now know Wolfgang's condition at the time, I can't say I blame her. If someone you cared for was in a vulnerable position, would you go around and admit that in a killing game? No. You would try to protect that person by saying nothing at all.
When you put it that way, man, sounds rough.
I think it's obtuse.
Huh?
Say we assume the best of Grace. She withheld information not to trick anyone, but to protect someone she cares about. What then should we make up the glaring contradiction in her testimony?
Ooh, what the fuck? Hello?
The hell do you mean, contradiction?
If your bunking partner was too ill to make the short trek to the dining hall, how did he walk all the way to the boiler room?
Good point. If Wolfgang really were bedridden, he would have stayed in his room.
Now that you mention it, to reach the underground floor, wouldn't Wolfgang need to descend, like, 4 flights of stairs? It's nothing for a healthy person, but for a guy who's supposedly really sick...
It's not my fault it doesn't make sense. It's just what Wolfgang told me.
Yeah. Didn't we decide Grace wasn't the killer anyway?
That's not to say she doesn't know more than she's letting on.
I'm not withholding anything else. Leave me alone.
Is there really more Grace is telling us? How many people are letting their emotions get a judgment? We need to solve this mystery straight. Okay, fuck! Ah! It is a good thing I practiced this. Ah, fuck! Ah!
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I've got nothing else to explain. The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret hallways.
No, Cassie.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace he was sick.
I wouldn't lie about what he said.
What if Wolfgang used the elevator in the tree?
You're not helping.
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I've got nothing else to explain. The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret hallways.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace he was sick.
Didn't lie about what he said.
If Wolfgang used the elevator in the tree.
You're not helping.
I'm trying to think.
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I've got nothing else to say. The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out.
We would have found those by now. Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
Oh god,
No, that's wrong!
It was that, okay. Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom again. I know I haven't been.
It's true Grace's testimony is inconsistent with where we found Wolfgang's body. But that's not Grace's fault.
I'm back, y'all. And now...
The only person we should be blaming is Wolfgang himself.
What the heck? Why are you blaming him?
Simple. Because he lied about being sick.
Seriously?
You can cooperate. Can't you, Toshiko? During the investigation, you told me you saw Wolfgang in the hallways at 8:10 a.m.
That's after I left.
Yes. I remember now. Ingrid. She had developed a headache, so I went to the pharmacy to find some medication. The trip itself went fine, but when I returned to the hallway, I found myself face to face
with Wolfgang?
Hold the phone! Toshiko actually saw Wolfgang?
We had a normal, pleasant exchange. He appeared perfectly healthy and even mentioned going to the tournament. Of course, he never made it.
I don't want to be that guy, but can anyone confirm this?
Are you seriously about to suspect the fucking... You know what? This is Danganronpa. Suspect all you want.
I heard them chatting a while in my room. Though I was bedridden like a sitting ghost, I could still make out their voices here and there.
Strange. He told Grace he wouldn't attend the tournament, but then said the opposite to Toshiko.
Sounds like he was telling fibs to conceal his actual intentions.
And what's his true plan supposed to be?
To go to the boiler room. Most likely.
I'm lost. What business would a guy like him have down there?
Let's get the notes!
This is it.
Yep.
During the investigation, I found this note tucked away inside Wolfgang's blazer pocket. A lot of it is water damaged. The paper looks like it was ripped from a notebook, and the handwriting was done in ink. But some parts are still legible.
This mentions the boiler room.
Exactly. The fact we found Wolfgang in the boiler room, and this note in his pocket. It can't be a coincidence. This note must be the reason Wolfgang went there.
That mention of a secret sure is suspicious. I'm willing to bet Wolfie's reason had something to do with it.
Agreeing to meet a stranger in some spooky dark place? Wolfgang had nerves of steel.
Ulysses, Grace, do you remember Wolfgang getting delivered a weird note?
No. The only time I recall him receiving anything was when Tozu distributed those envelopes.
I don't know anything about a note.
Really? Wolfgang shared nothing with you guys?
Guess he didn't want them to know what it said.
Right. And if Wolfgang wanted to keep this note a secret, he would obviously want to keep the meeting a secret too.
Then the reason he told Grace he felt sick
Was to remove her from the picture. Yeah. Once she's not in the room, Wolfgang has his opportunity to sneak out and head downstairs. That's also why he encouraged her to attend the tournament.
Didn't the same guy ask us to share our blackmail with each other? Talk about double standards.
Are we sure he wasn't just trying to protect Grace? Maybe he knew he was meeting someone dangerous, so he thought it would be safer not to involve her.
That does sound like something Wolfgang would do.
Not to interrupt, but on the subject of blackmail, did Wolfgang ever confront the person he had?
Oh? You don't know whose blackmail he got?
Well, if you recall what Wolfgang said originally. Regardless of the blackmail's contents, it would be treated as a matter between the recipient and the subject of the blackmail, and no one else. Which makes me wonder, could whether or not Wolfgang confronted his person clue us into what had originally been written on that note?
I'm not picking up what you're putting down.
If that person somehow realized Wolfgang carried their blackmail, but never came forward about it, they could have demanded Wolfgang show it to them, hence the mention of a secret. However, if Wolfgang did confront his person, I don't see why that same person would then send him a threatening note. Not least act coy about information they both know.
If the person being blackmailed wasn't the one who wrote the note, who was?
Obviously, it would be the student with Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh, I knew that.
Yes, the secret in question may actually be a reference to Wolfgang's blackmail, not the...
Is there any way to figure out whose secret?
We'd probably need to know whose blackmail Wolfgang had first.
Oh, I've got just the idea. Yo! Person who Wolfgang had blackmail on! If he gave you your blackmail back, can you say something?
Don't forget the person with Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh, right. Hey! Person who's got Wolfgang's blackmail! If you're innocent, say something already!
Damon, honestly, I say do it.
I was hesitant to admit it, since I knew it would put me on the spot. But I'd rather be suspected than be the reason this trial comes to a standstill.
Are you confessing? Do you have Wolfgang's blackmail?
Nah, not his.
Seriously? Way to be
Oh
anticlimactic.
my God, you scared me, John.
However, it's thanks to him that I have my own.
Your own?
Wolfgang approached me the same day everyone received an envelope. Funnily enough, it happened right after I'd finished speaking with my own person. He and we had a good talk. He gave me his envelope and asked me to take care of it. If you need the proof.
Ah, Wolfgang's envelope had the same signature.
Aye, I held on to the letter for safekeeping. This should have all been said sooner. I realize that. I suppose my pride was stronger than my rectitude. My mistake for stringing everyone along.
I mean, at least you're honest.
Truth! Thanks for letting us know, bud.
Indeed. To acknowledge one's own misdoings is a most virtuous feat, I believe.
Right. It's very noble.
I take it our other blackmail person isn't gonna...
If nothing happens, let's just have everyone recite whose blackmail they got one by one.
Huh? You sure that's a good idea?
No one's reciting shit!
It was only a suggestion. Calm your farm.
Even if we knew who had Wolfgang's blackmail, that doesn't necessarily mean they're his killer. It's annoying they won't speak up, sure. But unlike John, they would actually need to reveal Wolfgang's blackmail to prove they have it. This person might just want to respect Wolfgang's request to keep the blackmail between two people, especially now that he's gone.
I don't know. Is it really okay if we never find out?
Circumstantial evidence alone can't prove something beyond a reasonable doubt. If we want to solve this case, we need indisputable evidence.
Yeah. It's like doing a jigsaw puzzle without the box art to help you.
The cases?
Obviously, the case. The more pieces you connect, the clearer the image you're constructing becomes. The clearer the image, the more you can assume about it. Do you see what I'm saying? Once we know how Wolfgang died, the rest of this case should fall into place.
You certainly talk a lot stranger than you used to. But I think I get it.
Well, I don't want to be the one to start, but we can all agree Wolfgang was stabbed to death, right? When I was in the boiler room, I saw a knife bobbing around in the water near him. And on the ground, there was blood. Dried blood. On the boiler room floor and on the hallway floor.
That's gotta be Wolfgang's blood, right?
The knife was bloody, so...
Huh. Seems like a brawl happened in the hallway. While poor Wolfie was minding his own business, he was confronted by the killer, who attacked him and chased him into the boiler room.
That would line up with how we found him.
Go stop Wolfgang in the hallway and then follow him to the boiler room? No, that's not what happened. Got it all wrong. Oh, wait, hold on! New remix? Hold on. Alright, fuck.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to him.
Not just that. There's blood on the boiler room floor and along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Nah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind, and the rest is history.
With that knife-wielding villain on his tail, Wolfgang had no other place to run but the boiler room.
So, the killer entered the boiler room after him, which was when they, ended it.
It all makes sense.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to him.
Not just that. There's blood on the boiler room floor and along the underground.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Fuck.
I'm having a hard time understanding.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to him.
Not just that. There's blood
on the boiler room floor and along the underground hallway. A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Yeah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind,
And
the rest is history.
With that knife-wielding villain on his tail, Wolfgang had no other place to run but the boiler room.
So, the killer entered the boiler room
After him, which was when they,
Oh, so it's storage, okay. Alright, I get it, okay.
Is this really
how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to him.
Not just that. There's blood on the boiler room floor and along the underground hallway. A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Yeah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind, and the rest is history.
with that knife-wielding villain on his tail. Wolfgang had no other place to run but the boiler room.
Fuck! So, the killer entered the boiler room after him, which was when they, ended it.
I only have like one more shot and then I'm fucking taking.
Is this
really how you guys think Wolfgang died? The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to it. Not just that, there's blood on the boiler room floor. And along the underground hallway. A confrontation must have happened in those hallways. Yeah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind. And the rest is history. With that mask wielding villain
on his tail, Wolfgang had no other place to run but the boiler.
What?
Not feeling what you're dealing, bro.
You could have ran to the store. Okay, hold on. You gotta.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was
floating in the water right next to it. Not just that, there's blood on the boiler room floor. And along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened.
I'm having a hard time understanding how that's relevant.
Is this really how you guys think? Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating
in the water right next to it. Not just that, there's blood on the boiler room floor. And along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Yeah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind. And the rest is history. With that mask wielding villain on his tail, Wolfgang had no other place to run but the boiler room. So, the killer entered the boiler room after him. Which was when they, ended it.
Is this really?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to it. Not just that, there's blood on the boiler room floor. And along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Oh my god.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang
died? The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to it. Not just that, there's blood on the boiler room floor. And along the underground hallway. A confrontation
must have happened in those hallways.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence.
I'm Bruce Willis.
It was floating in the water right next to it.
No.
Not just that, there's blood on the boiler room floor. And along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Okay, so it's not the confrontation.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to it. Not just that, there's blood
on the boiler room floor.
And along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Nah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him.
Oh my god,
no, that's wrong!
Oh. Thank the fucking Lord. Okay, thank God. Okay, let's continue.
Jed, you talk a lot about the knife and the bloodstains on the floor, but did you ever look at Wolfgang himself?
I gave him a glance. Nothing too deep.
I figured. Had you actually taken the time to look at Wolfgang's back, you would have noticed a clear absence of stab wounds.
Okay, well,
In fact, none of the injuries he sustained were the type to cause severe blood loss. Seriously, we went over the same thing with Cassidy during the mock trial. Couldn't you give Wolfgang the dignity of a proper investigation?
Hey, man, it's not like I didn't try. It's just, this stuff doesn't come easy, you know? Nobody wakes up thinking they'll have to solve their buddy's murder later.
Isn't that exactly what you should be worrying about in a killing game?
Not everyone has the stomach for investigating. That's fine. That's why you got people like me to do the heavy lifting. Since some of us here weren't able to investigate Wolfgang's body, I'll lay out his injuries. There were 2 marks on the back of his neck, a bruise, and a tiny red dot. His hands were burnt too, so 3 injuries in total. Besides that, I caught nothing else.
Burns, you say?
Junior high, my dear Wilson. The killer used a flamethrower.
These didn't look like normal burns. Not the sort you'd get from a stove fire, or a hot iron, or a flamethrower, I suppose.
Contradicting my theory outright? Jeez. So this is the thanks I get for vocalizing my thoughts?
Yes, if I may add on to what John said. The burns actually bore a strong resemblance to what you might see in cases of corona paralysis.
Oh, what is that?
Huh?
Explain.
Ooh, now this I know. Coronoparalysis. It's something which happens to lightning strike victims. Getting struck by lightning is like getting kicked by a horse. The impact is so shocking, some people will lose all feeling in their limbs for a few hours.
I was aware of lightning paralysis, but even I didn't know its official name. That's a nice head you've got on your shoulders.
Lots of people tend to overlook the importance of lightning safety, especially where I'm from. My grandpappy once tried working out in the open during a thunderstorm. Pure luck's the only reason he lived to see the next day.
Sorry to hear that and all, but what does lightning have to do with anything?
Well, if I had to guess, Ulysses, did it look like a big old tree was drawn on Wolfie?
A big old tree. Yes, that's how I would describe the burns on Wolfgang.
So Wolfgang had lightning strike scars?
Huh? We're trapped inside a building, though.
Kai,
Lightning can't come from anywhere.
Kai, I'm gonna tell you to use your 2 brain cells. Kai, please, all I ask is for you to use thine 2 brain cells to connect the dots. And, oh, he probably got electrocuted.
Could he not have been struck before the killing game? Fate is stronger than will, you know. Perhaps a deity decreed the glow of his altruism from their heavenly abode and felt him a threat.
Nay, those burns were fresh. One look was all it took for me to know that. If he had these scars before, we would have noticed them anyway.
But if those marks were recently inflicted, wouldn't it mean Wolfgang somehow went outside?
Not necessarily. This is only something I thought of just now, but the reason Wolfgang sustained burns similar to that of lightning strike victims may be because whatever inflicted his burns was equivalent in damage to a lightning strike.
You saying there's something out here channeling the power of lightning?
I know exactly what it is. Spot selection? Right there. What? No! Yes, I want.
This is it.
Ulysses, since you write everything down, do you have a description of the boiler room in your notebook?
Yes, I do. Why?
Since some people here never investigated the crime scene, they probably aren't as familiar with the room as we are. So, you should read out your description of it.
Sure. The boiler room consists of a small concrete platform surrounded by ankle-deep water. Throughout the room are boxes filled with various garbage, and in the back looks to be a generator, charred beyond belief. What you just heard is a brief summary of my notes.
Hear that? There's a generator inside the boiler room. Of all the things which could deal similar damage to a lightning strike, doesn't a generator sound the most likely?
Didn't Ulysses say it was destroyed?
At the time of the investigation, sure. But it wasn't always destroyed. You probably don't remember, but back when we found the dummy, I mentioned something about the underground floor. To be more specific, it was the boiler room I woke up inside. I hadn't been alone either. Ava was also there.
I woke up first.
Yeah. She did. Anyway, Ava, you agree the generator was in full working condition when we woke up, right?
Right.
So in the time since you woke up there, the generator was destroyed?
It's the only possibility. As for what destroyed the generator, well, it's hard to say for sure. My best guess would probably be...
Don't waste my time.
Wait, no, you can't be doing that!
Two things. First, destroyed is overly vague. Ulysses explained the state of the generator much better. Second, and more importantly, where's your proof the generator inflicted those burns?
What are you talking about? The generator must be involved. It's near where Wolfgang is lying.
Being within range of something counts as proof now, does it? Do you also consider happenstance as conclusive evidence? Funny how the standards shift, if so.
That?
Damn it, she's trying to make me look like an idiot. Oh, okay. Fuck, okay. Q, cycle through, W. Just swipe. Okay, lost was a swipe. Shift, fast forward, slip down. Okay. Fire truth words. Alright, Walk in the direction, we try diagonal with 2 keys at the same time. Alright. Rebuttal showdown. Okay, fuck.
While the generator may look suspicious, consider the time frame we're working with. If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition was on the day of our kidnapping, that gives us a period of almost 4 days, in which the generator might have been destroyed. While the generator may look suspicious, consider the time frame we're working with. If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition was on the day of our kidnapping, that gives us a period of almost 4 days. Do I really need to lay this out? Day 1, Day 3, and Day 5 in the period between Days 2 and... While the generator may look suspicious, consider the time frame we're working with. If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition was on the day of our kidnapping, that gives us a period of almost 4 days, in which the generator might have been destroyed. While the generator may look suspicious, consider the time frame we're working with. If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition was on the day of our kidnapping, that gives us a period of almost 4 days. Do I really? Day 1, Day, and Day in the...
I don't get how this works.
While the generator may look suspicious, consider the time frame we're working with. If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition was on the day of our kidnapping, that gives us a period of almost 4 days, in which the generator might have been destroyed.
Oh my god. Fuck! Oh my god, I cannot do the little showdowns.
What about the blackout? It's impossible for the generator to cause the blackout if it was already broken prior to the tournament.
Alright, listen.
What about the blackout? The building may very well have lost its power at any point before or after the murder.
I'll cut through those words!
Alright, I had to end that game. Jesus Christ. That game was actually terrible.
When the blackout happened, it froze a piece of equipment which had been set up for the game tournament, Mark's DJ pad. While there was no physical clock inside the dining hall, a digital one has been built into Mark's pad. If you look at what time the digital clock is frozen on, it matches the time of death listed on the tablet, 9:35 a.m.
Well, Mark, is this true?
There's no point in me saying anything when someone else has already said it better.
Just answer with a yes or no, will you?
Yes.
Hey, yeah.
In any case, the matching times are too much of a coincidence. The destruction of the generator caused the blackout, and the blackout occurred at the time of the murder. There's no way the destruction of the generator wasn't tied to Wolfgang's death.
What do you suppose happened then?
I'm willing to bet the generator's destruction resulted in the boiler room's water becoming electrified. Since Wolfgang was discovered kneeling in the water, we can reason he was standing in it at the time this happened and...
Damon, you and I both know that's not true.
Huh?
Did you forget? It's impossible for the water in the boiler room to play a role in Wolfgang's murder, because it isn't even conductive. After Damon and I woke up in the boiler room, I wanted to investigate the flooded area. So, I tested the water. I even redid my test during the investigation, since Damon wasn't sure if he should touch Wolfgang's wet clothes. In both instances, I proved the water was safe to enter.
The taser. They used the taser. Something.
To be honest, neither result really surprised me. Water will only act as a conductor if it makes contact with two separate energy sources. The boiler room's generator is just one source.
If you're standing in the water, one outlet should be enough. Speaking from experience, large bodies of water are terrifying conductors during storms. All it takes is one lightning bolt, and the surrounding miles are scorched.
But the generator is a slow, persistent source of electricity. It's not the same as a lightning strike.
Electricity is electricity. Doesn't matter how it manifests. The reason you two avoided electrocution is because the generator's exposed wires aren't even touching the water. If they were, you would have been scorched right from the start.
Maybe when the generator was destroyed, some of the wiring fell into the water?
Nah. Even in its current sorry state, the generator's wires are nowhere near the water.
It doesn't make sense for the generator to pose a danger anyway. The point of the killing game is for the students to kill each other, not for the facility to kill the students. A feature of the building killing a student would be a meaningless death because you can't attribute a student killer to it.
As for why the generator's been charred, sometimes electrical faults happen. Even my ship's engines have broken under particularly relentless storms. And if an electrical fault caused Wolfgang's death, then his murder is purely on the hosts, eh?
Of course! If we were responsible for his death, you lot wouldn't be here discussing it.
Is the generator really unrelated to the case? But the timing of the blackout is too perfect. It can't be coincidence.
Okay, since we've ruled out the generator, what else could have electrocuted Wolfgang?
It mightn't be relevant, but I did see one other thing on the boiler room floor.
The gun?
A toy gun or something. At least, that's how it came across to me.
Not a toy gun, a taser gun.
A taser? I'll shoot electricity!
I'm not sure how the taser fits in with this case, though. It doesn't seem to have been used.
Nope. The taser was definitely used.
How so? I didn't catch any sort of string protruding from it.
Not all taser guns release a string when fired. Some are completely wireless. For those types, you can tell they've been used if their blast doors are missing. Side note, blast doors are plastic panels which cover the muzzle of a taser. If a shot is fired, they pop clean off. When I was investigating the crime scene, I found the taser gun in one spot and its blast doors in another. Speaks for itself, yeah?
And here I was thinking the yellow bits were just random trash.
Where the heck did a taser gun even come from? Last time I checked, there weren't any lying around in the storage closets.
Maybe it belongs to someone here.
Huh?
Just think about it for 1 second. Everyone here has a dorm room which is themed around their talent. Mine's got DJ equipment, Jet's got car batteries. If that's what we have with our talents, what could someone with a dangerous talent have?
Are you talking about, like, knives and stuff?
Oh my god, Mark.
What? Is there something on my face?
No, Kai, you're doing amazing, sweetie.
Forget this. The person I'm talking about is Desmond.
Well, thank you for saving us a non-stop debate.
Huh? No way! You think the gun is Desmond's?
Yeah.
Hang on. You've got it all mixed up.
Jean, do you know anything about this? As Desmond's roommate, perhaps you spotted something inside his dorm.
Alas, we stayed in my abode. I couldn't tell you if he had weapons.
Talk about suspicious.
Did Desmond agree to bunk in Jean's dorm so Jean wouldn't see the weapons in his?
Listen, I get where you guys are coming from, but that taser gun, it's not mine. I've never seen anything like it.
No, that's a lie.
A lie?
I got it. The blackmail tools you gave us. That's my evidence.
You didn't get mine, did you?
No. But the person who did informed me of what it said.
The writing style seems to match. I think it's legit.
That's more than a little suspicious, don't you think? Leaving a bunch of weapons unguarded during a killing game?
Don't judge me. This is the first time I'm hearing of it too.
You didn't know there were weapons in your room?
Yep, no idea.
Our rooms aren't particularly subtle in their theming. Are we supposed to believe yours is any different?
It is themed. I'm not denying that. But I sure as hell didn't catch sight of any weapons. If I did, do you seriously think I'd leave them unguarded and risk being found out?
Yeah. Desmond cares too much about everyone. He pointed out the broken doorknobs and gave us the idea to bunk together. Why would he hide weapons in his room?
Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent and found the taser gun hidden inside. There's no other way to explain it.
So while Desmond gets a bunch of guns, all I get is an old game console and a dead controller?
Take the bad with the good, dearest pupil. No one fears game consoles. Well, no one besides parents and the religiously inclined.
Enough talking about consoles!
I'm very
Why are you guys believing Desmond
Why
so
you think
easily?
I gave them to you? I love Paper Mario, the Thousand-Year Door.
If the taser gun belongs to him, then he's the killer.
No.
Any argument he makes against it is just a flimsy excuse.
Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Okay, non-stop debate. Okay, the person goes first. It's taser.
Desmond is the killer.
Okay.
The taser gun came from his room.
I had no idea the gun even existed.
Alright, let me look at this.
I was barely in my dorm to begin with.
Because you wanted to draw attention away from your weapons hoard.
But...
If this is about avoiding suspicion, why did Desmond say the taser gun was fired? I don't think a killer would draw attention to their own murder weapon.
I was with Desmond.
I call it reverse psychology. You sprinkle in a little helpfulness.
Wait.
And suddenly everyone trusts you.
When the murder happened,
Desmond is the killer! The taser gun came from his room!
I had no idea the gun even existed. I was barely in my dorm to begin with.
Because you wanted to draw attention away from your weapons hoard!
but...
If this is about avoiding suspicion...
Why did Desmond say the taser gun was fired? I don't think the killer would draw attention to their own murder weapon.
Yes.
I got it.
So he does have an alibi.
Regardless of whether or not Desmond knew about the gun, he definitely wasn't involved in the murder. Eloise can back me up on this.
Right. Desmond and I, we were together in the courtyard at the time of Wolfgang's death.
I see. Then both of you can be ruled out as suspects.
Don't just take her word for it. She could be covering for Desmond.
Jeez, if you have a bone to pick with these guys, at least save it for when we're not solving a murder.
Yeah! Why don't you want to believe Eloise?
Ever since the investigation, these two yuppies have been on my case non-stop. They're obviously working together.
Not gonna lie, I see where Grace is coming from. When Eloise tried to single her out earlier, Desmond was pretty quick to jump in and agree.
Even so, since the topic has been brought up, I would like to mention something. During my trip to the pharmacy, I believe I saw Desmond and Eloise in the courtyard together.
You also said you were back in the hallways around 8-10 a.m., didn't you? That means those two were wandering around unsupervised. Either one of them could have left the courtyard.
If Desmond was the killer, what would Eloise gain from defending him? Should the wrong vote be cast, nothing about the rules suggests an accomplice of the killer would be exempt from execution.
That's right! And even if she was exempt, Eloise is too nice to be an accomplice to murder.
Grace, I realize Desmond's irked you, but that's no reason to keep steering everyone down a dead end. Let's move on.
Damn, Desmond's like...
A person who's always steering others down a dead end, huh? I guess they needed a GPS. Anyway, we should totally thank Desmond for clearing things up now. Not only do we know he's not the killer, now we know how the killer got their hands on the taser.
Now we know how...
Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent, and found the taser gun hidden inside.
Yup, that is word for word what Desmond said.
Right. Good memory.
All in a day's work, baby!
Okay, Cassidy, you kind of pulling. You kind of helping now.
Can you repeat that quote, Cassidy?
Again? But I just said it.
Yeah, but I want you to say it again.
I want to record it.
Alright. Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent and found the taser gun hidden inside.
Is there something on your mind?
If Desmond's testimony is anything to go by, then wouldn't this mean the culprit has to be male?
What?
If I remember correctly, all the guys were aware of each other's pairings. With that sort of knowledge, a male student could try and infiltrate another male student's dorm.
None of us knew which room we'd be bunking in.
It only takes a quick peek to check if someone's inside or not. Anyone could have done that.
And who's to say the thief didn't barge in before we started bunking?
Or while people were having breakfast.
Seems there was a mountain of opportunities for our culprit to sneak in unnoticed. Doesn't exactly help us narrow things down, does it?
Well, guess this taser gun was a bust.
Look on the bright side. If it's been fired, then it's probably what electrocuted Wolfie. If trying to suss out who stole it isn't feasible, why don't we talk about Wolfie's other injuries instead? You know, the ones that weren't burn marks? Those seem like they could lead us somewhere.
Yeah. Besides the burns on his hands, Wolfgang also had a bruise and a tiny red dot on the back of his neck.
What the fuck did the killer do?
A bruise and a tiny dot, huh? Wanna try tackling them in alphabetical order?
Alphabetical order? Now, aren't you full of smart ideas?
No need to thank me. It's only common sense.
Okay, let's discuss the bruise first.
Oh, fuck. Okay, get the rolling pin out.
I think it's safe to say the killer didn't use a flamethrower.
Maybe Wolfgang got into a fight? Someone might have attacked him and aimed for his neck.
If you can even reach that high.
Either way, something must have hit him.
What if Wolfie fell over? With how spindly he is, one tiny misstep could leave the poor fella bruised for days.
No.
Skinny guys bruise easily, eh? Let's see if you're right. Ulysses, fall over.
No, thank you.
I think it's safe to say.
Alright, I think I know what to hit. Winona's like this.
Someone might have attacked him.
And aimed for his
neck. If he can even reach that high.
Either way, something must have hit him.
What if Wolfie fell over?
What the fuck did...
With how spindly he is, one tiny misstep could leave the poor fella bruised for days. You guys bruise easily, eh? Let's see if you're right. Wolfie, fall over. No thank you.
I think it's safe to say.
I know when I'm supposed to hit. I just keep missing it.
Maybe Wolfgang got into a fight? Someone might have attacked him and aimed for his neck. If you can even reach that high.
Either way, something must have hit him.
I got it.
We got regroup our boyfriend. Serve. We're serving. We're not doing the other word, Kai, because we're not doing that.
Kai is right. Something did hit Wolfgang.
Really? Man. And I was only blurting out the first thing which came to mind. Anyway, from how you're wording things, do you know what that something is?
A rolling pin.
Eh?
Wolfgang was hit with a rolling pin.
How on earth did you reach that conclusion?
Ava and I found this pin inside storage closet A, which is just a few feet from the crime scene. Coincidentally, the pin also has a dent.
You sure that's enough to say it's involved? Could just be a flimsy pin.
No. There's something else which solidifies this pin's role in the murder. Handprints. 2 of them on the edge of the pin.
So the killer used a rolling pin to attack Wolfgang?
It certainly explains the bruising on his neck.
They must have wanted him to be unconscious so he wouldn't fight back.
Exactly. It would be easier to drag him into the water if he's not awake.
You reckon the killer purposely put Wolfie in the water?
Bam! With one electrified blow, Wolfgang is zapped to bits with the taser! Since he's lying in the water, he's definitely a goner.
Considering the logical ethos of the killer's rectitude, especially when governed under constricting pressure, leaving him catatonic would be the most facile solution.
I guess it makes sense.
Oh, fuck. Okay. What's next?
So let me get this straight. The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin. And then chucked the pin into closet A?
When exactly did they discard the pin?
They couldn't have done it when Eva and I were already downstairs. Because the two of us went inside closet A.
Why were you inside the closet?
To find the backup generator, remember? Jet and I checked closet B. Damon and Kai checked closet C. Eva and Grace checked closet A. And Jean and Mark checked closet D.
The killer just discarded the pin before we came downstairs.
Yeah, I think Mark's right. 'Cause the killer could run upstairs and go back to their room immediately after discarding the pin.
I don't understand.
So let me get this straight.
The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin. And then chucked the pin into closet A? When exactly did they discard the pin? They couldn't have done it
When Eva and I were already downstairs. Because the two of us went inside closet A. Why were you inside the closet? To find the backup generator, remember? Jen and I checked closet B. Damon and Kai checked closet C. Eva and Grace checked closet A. And Jean and Mark checked closet D.
The killer just discarded the pin before we came downstairs.
Fuck.
Leave me out of this. It's not.
So let me get this straight. The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin.
Storage closet. I need to tell you, Nothing. What are you screenshots I'm trying to think.
And then chucked the pin into closet A?
When exactly did they discard the pin? They couldn't have done it when Eva and I were already downstairs. Because the two of us went inside closet A.
Why were you inside the closet?
Closet C. Eva and Grace checked closet A. And Jean and Mark checked closet B. The killer just
discarded the pin before we came downstairs.
Fuck.
Leave me out of this. It's not my problem.
So let me get this straight.
The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin. And then chucked the pin into closet A?
When exactly
did they discard the pin? They couldn't have done it
when Eva and I were already downstairs.
Sorry.
So let me get this straight. The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin. And then chucked the pin into closet A?
When exactly did they discard the pin? They couldn't have done it when Eva and I were already downstairs. Because the two of us went inside closet A. Why were you inside the closet? To find the backup generator, remember? Jen and I checked closet B. Damon and Kai checked closet C. Eva and Grace checked closet A. And Jean and Mark checked closet D.
killer just discarded the pin. Before we came downstairs.
Yeah, I think Mark's right. 'Cause the killer could run upstairs and go back to their room immediately after discarding the pin.
Salute.
The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin. And then chucked the pin in the closet A. When exactly did they discard the pin? They could have
done it.
Fuck. I gamed over again. Ugh. I think I know what to do this time. I think it's the last one.
So let me get this.
Footsteps.
The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin. And then chucked the pin in the closet A. When exactly did they discard the pin? They could have done it when Eva and I were already downstairs. Because the two of us went inside closet A. Why were you inside the closet? To find the backup generator, remember? Everyone checked closet B. Damon and Kai checked closet C. Eva and Grace checked closet A. And John and Mark checked closet B. The killer just discarded the pin. Before we came downstairs. Yeah, I think Mark's right.
The killer could run upstairs and go back to their room immediately after discarding the pin.
There we go.
No, that's wrong!
Oh my god. I hate. Oh god. I'm glad I put it on
Diana,
normal.
there's proof the killer fled the underground hallway at a later time, when the tournament attendees were looking for a backup generator. Kai and I heard someone run past our room.
Huh?
Why are you looking shook at Diana? I don't want to suspect you.
Oh man, that's right. We were just exploring the closet when all of a sudden that's when Damon decided he was gonna follow where the footsteps came from and entered the boiler room.
Did anyone else hear these footsteps?
Nope. Not ringing any bells.
Yeah, Jet and me didn't really hear it over all our talking.
I heard the footsteps.
Huh? You did?
Well, I initially thought it was my imagination, so I never said anything.
Ashamed to say I also brushed off the footsteps. Thought I was hearing things. However, since other people can attest to hearing them...
Then someone else was on the underground floor with us.
Before anyone tries to bring it up, none of the tournament attendees could have been the person running. Since everyone explored the closets in pairs, they all have solid alibis.
I'm sure we can all vouch for that, aye?
The only one, it seems, without like a decently solid alibi is fucking Diana, and I do not want it to be her.
Everyone was still in their closets after Damon and I found Wolfgang. So,
considering the footsteps were moving away from the crime scene, I think it's safe to say they belong to the killer.
Wouldn't that mean the killer fled while you guys were exploring the rooms?
Hold up! So the killer had been right next to us?
Joy, that's a given.
Damn, even Cassidy's like, bitch, you serious?
Huh? How are you so calm after hearing that? The only thing which stood between us and a murderer was a door. What if they attacked us?
Well, they didn't, so I don't see what the problem is.
Well, they didn't, so... yeah.
Sheesh, you're weird.
Why not run away earlier, though? Fleeing while everyone is searching seems really risky.
Maybe it was a miscalculation?
It's not impossible, I guess.
If not that, then maybe the killer returned to the boiler room after discarding the pin?
Sounds pretty meat-headed if you ask me.
Yes, you'd think a killer would use that moment to run away.
We don't know what you cooking, girl. Also, I hate to say this, I think I see her highlight.
For the two who heard the footsteps, describe the sound.
It was kinda... socky. As in, it sounded pretty soft. Like the person had taken off their shoes.
Saki, huh? Seems this killer was purposefully trying to keep quiet.
'Cause their footsteps were soft?
That seems like a leap in logic.
No, I get what she's saying. Everyone here has socks on, I'm pretty sure. So any one of us could have run down the hallway. The thing with shoes is, not everyone here has the same kind. If the killer had worn theirs, we might have been able to figure out their footwear from the sound it made on the floor. Then we just have to single out the person with that footwear. Man, it would have been so easy to find the killer.
We already can find the killer, though.
Ooh? What do you mean? Eva, what are you talking about?
What?
Oi, are you pulling our leg?
I'm completely serious. Picture a map of the building complex in your head. The building with the dorms is on the left, the courtyard is in the middle, and the building with the tree is on the right. Now, try and pin everyone's locations during Wolfgang's murder. Once you do that, the identity of the killer will definitely become clear.
No, it's Diana.
Is the killer someone whose position we can't place?
No, it's not about position.
Eh?
Wolfgang's killer can easily lie about their location during the murder. The only thing distinguishing their testimony from everyone else's is that theirs can't be corroborated.
Diana, no! I'm not ready. Oh. I'm not ready to have this work. I don't want this to work.
It has to be you!
Diana, it's you, isn't it?
I need a minute. My dad's off of genius. I need a No, it's not Diana. We're too early in the trial. I refuse. We have not explained everything. It's not Diana. No, it's not.
Her? The makeup girl?
She's the only one here without an alibi. Those of us who attended the tournament can obviously be ruled out.
No.
And as
no,
for those
it's
who
not
didn't,
Diana. I refuse.
Desmond and Eloise were in the courtyard. Toshiko and Ingrid were in the same dorm room.
What about Winona? She never mentioned an alibi.
Give me a break.
Winona and I were in the building with the tree all morning. In fact, yes, Desmond and Eloise should have witnessed us walking over there, as those two were in the courtyard at the time.
Oh, come on!
Yeah, that's true.
Not ready to have this.
In that case, Diana really is the only one without an alibi.
No, it's too easy.
Guys!
No! No!
If she's the person who fled the boiler room, those footsteps we heard make a lot more sense. Heels make a pretty loud clop sound on hard floors, and the underground hallway's floor is pretty hard. Diana would obviously want to take them off. Also, heels aren't comfy to run in.
Whoa! I didn't even think of it like that. You're totally right, though. Since Diana's the only one here with heels, she would have to take them off.
Guys, what are you talking about? Me? A killer? Do you really think I could be a killer?
The fact you weren't at the tournament is incriminating enough.
Not just that. Everyone but you has an alibi.
But I do have an alibi, right, Ava? You woke up with me this morning, and you never saw me leave my dorm.
During the brief amount of time we were together, I never saw you leave. What you did after I left for the game tournament, however, is anyone's guess.
Ava wanted to help me and Cass set up the tournament, so we told her to swing by early.
For that reason, I left Diana's dorm at 8:05 a.m. I know the exact time since her room has a clock. I probably entered the dining hall around 8:10 a.m.-ish.
So much for an alibi then.
It's not Diana.
Diana, don't tell me.
Holy smokes, it's all falling into place!
Are we sure there hasn't been some sort of misunderstanding?
Yes, there is one.
It's not possible. Diana can't be the killer. No! I refuse to believe it!
Don't you go with me. It's like there's some people here willing to face the crime. Not a problem. No, it's not her. Damon, I am not about to have this work. What's this Pokemon music? Any suspicious note?
If it was Diana inside that boiler room, could she be the one who left the blood trail? 'Cause if so, that might be her blood on the knife, too.
Diana's blood? Are you saying she wounded herself?
Wounded herself? What makes you think that?
I don't know! Why else would the killer's blood be on their own weapon?
Did we not already agree? The killer was wielding a rolling pin?
Well, maybe they had both. The rolling pin in one hand, and the knife in the other.
Dual-wielding weapons? Holy, this killer's next level.
I don't want to. It's not Diana.
If it was Diana inside that boiler room, could she be the one with the blood trail? 'Cause if so, that might be her blood on the knife, too.
Diana's blood? Are you saying she wounded herself?
Fuck.
You're lying!
If it was Diana inside that boiler room, could she be the one who left the blood trail? 'Cause if...
That might be her blood on the knife, too. Wounded herself?
I don't know! Why else would the killer's blood be on their own weapon? They were also...
If it was Diana
inside that boiler room, could she be the one with the blood trail? 'Cause if so, that might be her blood on the knife, too. Wounded herself?
I don't know! Why else would the killer's blood be on their own weapon?
Fuck.
I don't... They were also the...
If it was Diana inside that boiler room, could she be the one who left the blood trail? 'Cause if so, that might be her blood on the knife, too.
Oh wait, I think I might know.
Wounded herself? Did we not already agree?
The killer was wielding a rolling pin?
Well, maybe... The rolling pin in one hand?
Yeah.
No, that's wrong!
No, I don't think it's Diana. I refuse to believe it's Diana.
No. The killer was only wielding the rolling pin during their confrontation with Wolfgang. You can tell just from looking at the pin. There are two handprints wrapped around the edge, as if the killer had been holding the pin like a tennis racket. Which makes sense, because you can swing with more force if you use both hands. And that's what a killer wants when trying to knock out a grown man.
Then, who held the knife?
It wasn't the killer, so it was most likely the only other person in the boiler room. Wolfgang Akire.
The hell are you talking about? Wolfgang, carrying a dangerous weapon? Bullshit!
If you were in his situation, wouldn't you?
Who wielded the stun gun?
Wolfgang received an anonymous message asking him to meet in a basement, all whilst in the middle of a killing game.
No,
At that
it's
point,
not Diana. I refuse
doesn't
to
matter
believe
how much of an
Diana.
optimist he is. He'd know better than to come unarmed.
A knife isn't super hard to find, either. Wolfgang probably just stole one from the kitchen.
Besides, if Diana is the one who got stabbed, it would explain the blood trail. Think about it. She arms herself with the rolling pin and attacks Wolfgang, getting hurt by him in the process. For some reason, possibly because of the blackout, she doesn't clean the blood trail she's leaving. and returns to her dorm room after.
No! That's wrong!
Oh, Diana, please defend yourself. I will bow, please.
Huh?
I wasn't stabbed. If I was stabbed, then I'd have an injury. But there's nothing, right? There's nothing on me.
Depends. If a vein got nipped, you'd be seeing blood no matter the size of the cut. Of course, that also means a small cut will need bandaging, which
You may not see any injuries on Diana, but that doesn't mean they aren't there.
Huh?
If she wanted, she could simply hide her injuries from view.
Oh my god.
After all, someone like her has exactly what it takes.
No, it's makeup. No, stop. I swear to God. Demon, stop making that face at me.
I got it.
Her talent. As the ultimate cosmetologist, Diana could easily cover her wounds.
It makes sense. With the right equipment, she could probably disguise even a bandaged wound.
As Diana's bunking partner, I've seen firsthand how many different cosmetics are inside her room. So unfortunately, I have to agree.
Well, Diana, did I get anything wrong?
Everything.
No. No. But
Wait. Diana, did you just say, as in, no, you're not wrong that I covered up my wounds? Oh, crap. You guys know what this means, right, guys? Diana basically just confessed!
No, she didn't. Stop playing the Ace Attorney music!
A confession? Are you for real?
It makes sense, though, doesn't
lose
it?
The first member of Team Treasure.
Diana got wounded, which proves she got in a fight with Wolfgang. Which means all that stuff about Wolfgang going to the boiler room, all that stuff really did happen.
I see. I see now what you were saying. Diana, she lured Wolfgang to the boiler room by writing him that note. And when he arrived, she attacked him and killed him. And now, she's been lying this entire trial, hoping we would never suspect her.
I'm Delulu. I'm being Delulu. It worked with the spare time. It's gonna work with this.
Diana, it wasn't me. I promise, it wasn't me.
To think she could preach about friendship after committing a violent crime.
And then try and sentence the rest of us to punishment.
Golly, you're right. If we voted for the wrong person, we would have been executed.
Seriously, Diana? What the hell is your damage?
Can we at least hear Diana's side of the story?
Her side?
Well, you know, Diana has, I just think it's fair we listen.
What does it matter what she says?
I think this is why I fuck with Eloise. I fuck with her heavy.
Look at the evidence. This case, it's closed.
No, it's not.
If you really want to ask for Diana's side of the story, then do it after the vote. No. No.
She's gonna grow the whole game. I'm pro-tag now. Oh my god, am I gonna have to fucking take those counter? Oh, please no.
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room.
Oh, fuck.
Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I would never murder Wolfgang.
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
But I wanted to believe so badly that you were innocent.
She is.
Why didn't I see you for who you were?
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick.
What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote! Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana?
Wolfie was only trying to keep us together. I would never murder Wolfgang. If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did. If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick. What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote!
Alright, I think I know.
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana?
E is to. Oh my god.
Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
She is innocent, I believe.
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick. What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote!
Alright, now I know.
Diana
E is
was
to
the one.
avoid-
Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
I would never murder.
No, that's wrong!
Wait, that actually worked. That actually worked. I was shitting.
We know that Diana got stabbed during her confrontation with Wolfgang. But that doesn't prove she's the culprit.
Wait. Huh?
If anything, what it should mean is that Diana was trying to get away from him as fast as possible.
Do you hear yourself right now?
Thank you, Damon. Thank you, Damon.
He's lost his mind.
The stab wounds prove that Diana was in the same room as Wolfgang before his death. She's the killer.
I'm not. I'm not the killer.
Sheesh, Damon. How are you going to say all this dramatic stuff about Diana being the killer, and then say the opposite 5 minutes later?
I bet you feel like doo-doo. She has helped you this entire time. Eva has. This is why I stand her. This is why I stand Diana. Fucking Wolfgang tried to murder her ass. I bet. Hold on, I'm gonna be a minute. and we are defending Diana. She always know how frustrated I was about everything about Wolfgang. Of course she tried to play it off as some kind of friends, but she tried to help me without making it.
Whatever. Who cares what this guy says? We finally know the killer. Let's cast our votes already.
I guess, if that's what everyone else is
We're
doing.
all gonna fucking
Remember,
die.
if you don't vote, you die. So none of you naysayers better get any smart.
Hey, Tozu.
What is this right? Damon Mitsu, what is this?
Ideas?
Are you listening, Tozu? I need to ask a question.
Dude, what are you...
Hello. It is I,
Oh,
Tozu, answerer of
Hey, what's up? I'm
questions.
here to slay.
You ask a question, I give an answer.
Answerer of questions.
I am a host with an ascendant in question answering. A jack of all trades, if you will.
Anyway, Tozu. According to the regulations, everyone has to vote when a trial is over. My question is, when exactly can a trial be considered over?
Are we talking in a literal or philosophical sense?
I mean, does the trial end and the voting begin once we think we've solved the mystery? Or does the vote automatically start after a certain amount of time?
I see. All right, I'll humor your question. If you ask nicely.
What?
Go on. Ask the question again.
Well, are you still gonna...
Tozu, can I please know the factors that decide whether a trial can be considered over?
Well, since you're so polite, I'd be a fool not
Yes,
to tell
of
you.
course.
The truth is, the class trial will only end once I become bored with it.
You're joking.
What? Why didn't you say this sooner?
Come now, it's not like I wouldn't announce a warning in advance. Tick tock, tick tock. That's the sound of my internal clock losing patience.
Alien sages starving.
Let's start wrapping things up, shall we? I think we're lost. See? Smart, snappy, and to the point.
Sounds terrible.
What if you're still not bored, even when we think we've solved the case?
If that happened and all of you agreed to vote, what reason is there for me to say no?
So in that case, everyone must unanimously agree to vote before...
Indeedy.
Alright, then, since you haven't made any kind of warning, I take it you're not bored with the trial yet.
Not yet.
In that case, I don't agree to vote.
What? No way! Are you seriously pushing back the vote?
Not until I know who the real killer is.
It's obviously Diana. She's the
No,
only
it's
one
not.
without an alibi for the murder.
Are we about the scrotum debate? Half and half?
Diana may not have an alibi, but even so, saying she's a murderer contradicts everything we know about her.
Since when?
Diana looked up to Wolfgang, and Wolfgang cared about her. But from the moment suspicion fell on Diana, she's been nothing but a nervous wreck. Does that really sound like someone with the emotional capacity to murder?
What's to say she's not faking it?
Even if she was, it'd be rash to commence a vote without hearing both sides of the story first.
You do make a good point.
We're not in a rush. I say we hear Diana out.
Yeah. I don't feel comfortable voting yet. Until Diana shares her testimony.
Sure thing. I'm up for listening.
But...
Diana, I promise to keep an open mind if you tell me what happened, even if it's stressful to relive. Until we have conclusive evidence to say otherwise, I'll hear you out.
Diana, please.
I'm sorry. I'm really
Why you gotta show this to me? She's like my favorite character now. God damn it. Snow, you...
I wanted to help. I wanted to make everything okay, but all I could do was be useless. All I could do was watch him die. It's all my fault. All my fault. For doing the wrong thing.
So is this a confession?
No!
Huh?
I didn't kill Wolfgang. And I don't know who did, but I still failed him as a friend. I failed him then. And I failed him here. But if I told the truth, things would be worse than they already are. But now that I've said nothing...
It's okay, sweetheart. Come on now, take deep breaths.
Yeah, we'll believe you no matter what you say.
Bullshit! Kai, I love you, but shut the fuck up. It's looking like Diana might actually be innocent. Looks like that guy. There's not gonna be an intermission, right? Please. Please.
Has all this murder hubbub left your head in a
Are
tizzy?
you fucking kidding me? We're only halfway through this fucking trial. Ain't no way!
Perhaps you need a short break. Something to lighten the mood and let you collect yourself. Something like a nice cup of tea.
I got water, Tozu.
Welcome, one and all, to the first episode of Tozu's Tea Time.
Fuck off, Tozu.
If you haven't already, please sit back and relax. Here, we do not use our brains, but deal only in gossip. Now, a question from me to you. What are sheep good at, if anything? Most humans, and some sheep, tend to respond with a resounding absolutely nothing. Sheep cannot create art or invent medicine. For goodness sake, they can't even perform music! Their limited speech and quadrupedal locomotion prevents them from reaching the heights of humans. They're practically glued to the lower echelons of the food chain. No matter how hard sheep may try, they will never be anything more than their number tags. I can't say I like that answer. Too pessimistic for me.
Probably fuck.
Plus, what of the sheep who still try? The sheep that they can be so determined. Isn't that something admirable? What a shame our sheep had to be so misguided. It seems that's about all the time we have. Thank you again for attending Tozu's Tea Time. No need for extravagant farewells. I've an inkling. Who's Jack Robinson?
You know what? While we're here... Oh my god. I knew the dev said this trial was fucking long, but Jesus Christ.
Ta-ta!
Ta-ta!
Diana, now's your chance to defend yourself. Tell me what happened.
Where do I even start, though?
How about you begin by explaining why you went to the boiler room?
Why I went there? It was... 'cause of a note.
A note?
2 days ago. Someone slid one into my room. I never got to see who. I just heard a knock. And when I walked over...
I don't remember any of this.
Sorry. It was midday-ish, and you weren't there at the time. And I didn't show you the note later because, well... I'll just read you what it said.
As you are aware, it is our obligation to speak those blackmail we obtained. After receiving your blackmail and reading, I believe between two of us is warranted. 2 days at a time. Please come to the underground boiler room at 8:45 a.m. Make sure to arrive prompt. Close the door behind you. Avoid discourage. Do not show this letter to anyone. Do not approach me about either. Even in private, there is always a chance someone could hear.
Wolfie wrote this?
Wolfgang had Diana's blackmail? But didn't he have Jean's?
Hold on a sec. If you take a closer look, the handwriting on that note, doesn't it resemble the handwriting on Wolfgang's note?
You're actually right. Even though Wolfgang's note has been water
Whose
damaged,
handwriting?
the words I can make out were in the same messy
Whose fucking handwriting? We're gonna compare and contrast. Okay, so the note's really hard to see, but no. I feel like it's either Eva, Grace, or Winona. Just off of handwriting lookalikes.
Then someone else was posing as Wolfgang?
The killer, most likely. They must have thought his word was the only one Diana would follow.
Guess it worked, huh?
I didn't want to show this note earlier because I was scared of how people would try to twist it, like saying I faked the note or that I decided to kill because of it. I thought it would be better to just stay quiet. I know you guys think I'm stupid for agreeing to meet in a place like the boiler room. And I am.
No, you're not.
I am stupid. I just didn't want to disappoint Wolfgang in case he really did write the note.
Ooh, we was gonna have a field day with this
Which
child.
was why I left my room around 8:40 a.m. and went downstairs.
Did you catch any strange movement down there?
No. I did find the boiler room door hanging open a little bit. But I didn't think much of it. I just went inside and closed the door behind me, since that's what the note asked me to do.
What did you see inside the boiler room?
The boiler room was really dark. So the first thing I noticed was actually the security camera light. My eyes had to take a few seconds to adjust to everything else. I finally saw him.
Oh? Oh my god, what the good sir.
Wolfgang was lying in the water, making these weird noises. It didn't seem like he'd even noticed me entering the room. Wolfgang? Hearing his name seemed to snap him out of his trance, because he slowly rose to his feet. Wolfgang, are you okay?
It's you.
Huh?
I can't believe it. I really am finally meeting you.
What do you mean?
What the fuck? Is he tripping? He lost all of his appeal. Weeby, dump this man. He's cringo. He's cringer than cringo.
Please, forgive me. Please forgive me for what I've become.
Wolfgang?
Despite how hard I tried, and how much I wanted it to be true, I could never become you. I will always be a failure.
Yo, Diana's like, what the fuck is going on? I just came just to say hi.
It's okay, Wolfgang. Look! There's stairs over here. Come over here and we can get out. I have no idea if he didn't hear me, or if he was just ignoring me. But, okay. I'll get closer to you then. I went over to the ledge of the platform, the part where the fence had a gap. Just take my hand, okay? And I'll pull you out. He slowly stumbled over, and he held my hand. I didn't really think I could pull him out. I just wanted to be there for him. It was the best I could do, because I didn't want to enter the water. Staying on the platform felt so much safer, and I really, really hate that it did. It's okay, Wolfgang. We'll get through this together. I was looking at him when I said that. I was looking right at him. But somehow... somehow I didn't think to react.
My God. Good sir. Good sir. Good fucking sir.
When he reached inside his blazer,
Bring her back. Bring her back!
Oh my God! I'm gonna put this on auto for a sec.
I tried to leave the room, but the door was locked. I didn't know what to do. I started looking around for things to defend myself with. And that's when I saw the gun.
The taser gun?
What?
Did you use it?
I took the taser and I aimed it at Wolfgang. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't shoot him. I just backed away from him.
Why the fuck is she here? Like, she did nothing wrong.
I couldn't understand anything. Why was this happening to me? Why was I being attacked? Why can't I do anything to...
I'm not like you. I'll never be like you. I won't give up until the world knows I won't give up. Until everyone knows me as...
All of a sudden, everything turned white. Everything in front of me. Except Wolfgang. In those few seconds, he became pitch black. And then, so did everything else. Even though I didn't see Wolfgang fall over, I heard it, his body cracking against the pavement, and his knife falling into the water. I waited for the gasp of pain, for him to groan or mumble or say something, but there was nothing. There was just me and the silence. That's how it happened.
What the fuck?
That man attacked you?
Oh my goodness, Diana, I'm at a loss for words.
I make y'all feel like shit, feel like doo-doo. I told you she was. Y'all feel like doo-doo. I'm not the Lulu. Yes. Oh my god, I love you, Diana.
This is getting too much for me, bros. I think I'm gonna faint.
Secret, if you know what I mean.
Holy shit.
Grace?
So Diana really did watch Wolfgang die.
Why was he so violent towards her? It's like he became an entirely different person.
The word you're looking for is crazy.
How'd you manage to escape the boiler room after all that?
By picking the door's lock.
For reals?
I wasn't even thinking. I just started feeling my way back to the door in the dark. And then, well, my supply bag. I remembered the spare hairpins I always kept inside.
That was the
So I felt around the
thing.
bag and dug one out. To be honest, I have no idea how I managed to unlock the door. The whole thing was repeated trial and error. Just minutes of me telling myself that somehow this next attempt will finally work.
Whoa! Actually unlocking the doors. That's like hitting a bullseye blindfolded.
Now we know why it took so long for her to escape.
I realized why it happened. Getting trapped inside, I mean. The door's lock was on the outside. So, someone must have set the lock before I came downstairs. So that when I closed the door, I'd be trapped.
The lock is normally on the inside, too. The killer purposely flipped it, then left the door open so you would be the one to close it. As for why the killer locked the door to begin with...
It was to frame Diana, right?
I'll tell you right now, they did a damn good job. Jesus Christ. Fucking Leon, take notes.
Right. The killer made Diana trap herself inside the boiler room so they could kill Wolfgang in front of her and force her to remain by his body.
Chapter 5.
Had their plan worked, Diana would only be able to escape if someone from outside entered the boiler room. By which point, that someone would be stumbling across what looks like a cut-and-dry murder case.
If the tournament folk found Diana, they would have been playing right into the killer's hands.
Speaking of which...
Wolfgang is mental.
Diana, I'm curious to know. Did you unlock the door before or after the tournament attendees arrived downstairs?
It sort of happened at the same time. Like, when I opened the door, there were already people walking down the stairs. Obviously, I couldn't stay inside the boiler room. If anyone saw me close to Wolfgang's body, it would look really bad. The hallway was a bit easier to make out in the dark. So I walked over to a wall bordering one of the storage closets and hid behind it. And stayed as quiet as possible. I was still bleeding a little from Wolfgang's cut, though, and some of that blood ended up dripping onto the floor around me.
Poor girl.
It's the blood on the underground floor! It's all coming together!
This was shortly before us tournament goers split up. And you made a run for it, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Down the hallway, up the stairs, and then as quietly as possible into my room. Since everything was still really dark, I had to patch myself using the Tozu Trinket's projection as my light. I realize this is a lot, and I know it's hard to believe without proof. So, if you guys could just give me a second. I cleared up the blood pretty fast. Luckily for me, the cut wasn't that deep. There's still a chance it may leave a scar, though.
Holy crap!
That's all. It's okay. I'll cover it back up again.
Why did Wolfgang attack you for no reason?
I wouldn't say it was for no reason.
You're being kind of insensitive, man.
Huh? I didn't mean it like that. What I'm trying to say is, Wolfgang's actions may look random from an outsider's perspective, but from his perspective, well, judging by his behavior,
He's mental, that's
it
what
seems like he saw something which shook him to his core.
Like, there was something in the room that Diana didn't see?
That's impossible! It was only me and Wolfgang in the boiler room!
I don't believe Jean meant it in a literal sense.
Wolfgang unliterally saw something?
He thought he saw something, is my point.
You mean he had been hallucinating?
What did Wolfgang hallucinate for him to turn out the way Diana described?
You'd be surprised by the sort of things our minds can invent. I'm lucky to have never experienced anything myself, but I know some who have hallucinated nasty things. Demons and monsters.
Oh my gosh.
Or the feeling of being
Chat's at
tortured.
30-something people.
If Wolfgang went through something similar, I can see why he lashed out.
Now, what the heck is going on at sea?
Of course, these hallucinations don't just happen out of the blue. More often than not, they're substance-induced.
Substance-induced?
Just say Wolfgang took a hallucinogenic.
Hallucinogenics?
One which induced a lot of fatigue, too, judging by the way he lumbered about in Diana's account.
It would explain why Wolfgang mostly stayed in one place.
One place, which happened to be in the water.
Seems very deliberate. Aye. I reckon the killer knocked Wolfgang unconscious in order to drag him into the water, but knew he would eventually wake up again. So they drugged him with something which would basically make him despondent. As for where the drug came from...
Oh no! Don't tell me the killer robbed...
I knew exploring it was a bad idea.
It? What's this it we're talking about?
The fucking pharmacy, Cassidy.
The pharmacy, obviously.
How can Cassidy... They're two sides of the same idiot. I love them both.
Why the heck did we think leaving that place open was a good idea? Now someone's stolen an item and drugged Wolfgang. Fuck! I knew our promise was too good to be true! I can't trust any of you guys!
You can trust me, Kai. I would never.
And don't say Wolfgang drugged himself! Who wants to be tortured by demons?
Well, stranger people do exist.
That's rich coming from you!
He's like, bitch, shut up.
If we know where the perpetrator got their chemicals, I guess our next step is figuring out how they...
Agreed. It would help us better understand the timeline of events, and potentially even validate Diana's testimony.
Sounds like you guys can leave this one to me. I'm the kind of person who knows someone back to front the moment I meet them. And if you haven't already realized, I've gone and read this killer like an open book.
You're the last person I trust to reach a correct conclusion.
Just you wait! The second you hear what I gotta say, you'll be eating those words!
think Wolfgang was drugged. Diana's testimony. I think I know what to go with. Either odd smell.
I bet the killer took a pill and forced Wolfgang to swallow it.
Just jab him at that point.
How would the killer make him swallow a pill? There was no proof they restrained him.
Didn't the killer knock Wolfie out? Maybe that was their way of restraining him.
You can't force an unconscious person to swallow a pill.
What if it was a drug? You don't need to eat.
Like an inhalable substance?
If Wolf...
I bet the killer...
Just jab him at that point. How would the killer make him swallow a pill? There was no proof they restrained him. Did the killer knock Wolfie out? Maybe that was their way of restraining him. You can't force an unconscious person to swallow a pill. What if it was a drug? You don't need to eat. Like an inhalable substance?
Oh yeah, like a powder or something.
The pharmacy
Does have a large collection.
of over-the-counter sedatives. But there's too many for us to
Isolate any specific one.
I bet the killer took a pill. Wolfgang to swallow.
Just jab.
Fuck.
How would
The killer make him swallow a pill? There was no proof
they restrain him?
Did the killer knock
Wolfie out.
Maybe
That was their way of restraining him. You can't force an unconscious person to swallow a pill. What if it was a drug? You don't need to eat. Like an inhalable substance? Oh yeah, like a powder or something. Pharmacy does have a large collection of over-the-counter sedatives. But there's too many for us to isolate any specific one.
I think I know.
I bet the killer took a pill.
Forced Wolfgang to swallow.
Just
There we go.
I got it.
His neck. The fucking dot on his neck.
When Wolfgang's wounds were discussed earlier, it was mentioned he had a tiny red dot below the bruise on his neck.
There we go.
During the investigation, I thought this dot was a scab from a mole or pimple. But knowing Wolfgang was drugged, it's clear to see what it really is. A puncture wound.
Considering the timeline of events, an injection would check out. If Wolfgang got drugged a little after 8:15 a.m. and was already feeling the effects when Diana arrived at 8:45 a.m., then we're dealing with something which entered his bloodstream in under 30 minutes. Any normal pill would have taken, probably an hour to dissolve.
Whilst an injection would be much quicker. I see.
That's probably another reason why the killer knocked Wolfgang unconscious. It would have been incredibly difficult to inject him if he was still moving around, only when they had him right where they wanted. Dazed and unable to fight back, did they plunge the syringe into his neck.
With said syringe being filled with a hallucinogenic.
But if this all happened a few minutes after 8:15 a.m., doesn't that make it impossible to pin a suspect?
What? Why is it impossible?
Because everybody's got an alibi for that time. I mean, Damon and I were in my dorm room, and the other party people...
8:15 a.m. Yeah, I was already in the dining hall with Jet, Mark, and Eva.
I left Wolfgang's dorm right after the morning announcement and spent the rest of the hour with Jean.
Winona and I were in our dorm room together.
And me and Eloise were already sitting down in the courtyard.
Toshiko was giving me the medication she grabbed from the pharmacy.
And, I stayed in my dorm room until 8:40 a.m.
Oh no. If everyone can be accounted for, we really can't discern a suspect.
So, we're back to square one?
Someone here must be lying.
and doesn't plan to stop.
If everyone has an alibi for 8:15 a.m., is it possible the killer never actually attacked Wolfie at that time? But his little note said to come by at 8:15 a.m., didn't it?
Ingrid, do you remember what you said when we couldn't figure out who stole Desmond's taser?
To be honest, I'm drawing a blank.
You suggested we switch subjects and discuss Wolfgang's injuries instead, which we did. As a result, we ended up unraveling more about the case than if we had stuck to the original topic. Right now, we're at a dead end. If we can't get any more leads out of this current discussion, then that's a sign to switch our focus.
Switch our focus to what?
I want to take another look at Diana's testimony.
Mine?
Back when you were describing Wolfgang's death, something stuck out to me.
Oh no, please don't actually. I won't give up. Until everyone knows me as...
The flash of white Diana described must have been the generator exploding. Think about the order of events there. In just a few seconds, the boiler room's generator explodes, and Wolfgang falls over dead. Doesn't it sound like the two are correlated?
Oi, didn't we go over this already?
We did. The generator has nothing to do with Wolfgang's death. Its wires weren't touching the water.
Indeed. Which is why the murder weapon is the taser gun.
Diana said she never used the taser, though.
Then she's lying!
What? That's not true! I never fired the gun!
It's all good. I believe you. Sure, nobody can dispute the gun was fired. What can be disputed, though, is when it got fired. I wouldn't be surprised if the killer fired that gun way in advance. Like, sometime before Wolfgang arrived downstairs and left it in the boiler room for us to find later.
What? So the taser gun isn't the murder weapon?
If Wolfgang wasn't killed with the taser gun or the generator,
Wait.
what other options are we left with?
I have an idea.
The taser gun is the only option which makes sense. The murder weapon can't be anything else.
I'm not gonna say it because it's a bit...
And anyway,
stupid.
the only proof Diana never shot the taser is her own word.
Ava! What do you mean?
All the evidence supporting your version of events is circumstantial. The note you showed us? That could be a fake alibi you made for yourself. The fact that it has the same handwriting as Wolfgang's is already suspicious.
Couldn't that just mean the same person tricked them?
If you earnestly believe Diana didn't write it, then maybe. But do you see what I'm saying? There's no proof Diana never wrote the notes. There's only her word to go by. Because if she did write them, everything about her entering the boiler room at 8:45 a.m. and being locked inside could be a total lie.
I get what you're saying. But if we run with the idea that Diana was the one waiting for Wolfgang all the way back at 8:15 a.m., then we're stuck with the issue we had last time. Why did Diana wait over an hour to kill him?
That's also circumstantial. None of us know what really went on between those two in an hour. Ruling someone out because they took a long time to murder is stupid.
Without context? Sure, I'd say the same. But since the boiler room is unlocked, anyone can enter. If Diana knocked Wolfgang out, then she took over an hour to kill him with that info in mind.
Okay, but who would enter? No one wants to make a detour down some gross, freaky-looking basement. The boiler room is probably the most covert place a person can be. Diana claims she didn't write the notes, and she claims she didn't shoot the gun. But where's the hard proof she didn't do any of these things?
The answer lies in what destroyed the generator.
What?
Didn't we already talk about that?
All you guys did was discuss theories, never anything concrete. Settling for a theory isn't good enough when our lives are on the line. In the same way Ava can't rule out Diana's involvement in the case, we can't rule out the generators.
So we have to figure out what destroyed the generator? What should we do? Just throw out ideas?
It's what we've been doing this whole time.
I guess we have nothing else to do.
Oakley dokley.
Oakley dokley.
All right, everyone, let's put our thinking hats on. If we work together, we'll unravel this mystery for sure.
Well, if we were...
Ready? On your marks, get set, go!
Hey, not such a date.
Why did the generator blow up?
Could have just been an electrical fault.
So, a coincidence?
Is this the best situation? To be waving stuff off as a coincidence?
Alright, wait, what the fuck is Sharp Hell? Oh, this shit, okay.
Did the killer throw something at the generator that made it explode?
Perhaps it's the fault of the taser gun? The electrical discharge it released might have connected with the generator and created an overabundance of energy, which caused everything in the circuit to pop.
Probably. There's no proof anything besides the taser was involved.
In that case, the generator blew up after Wolfie got shot with the taser.
Such a dastardly taser, leaving so many victims in its wake.
I think I know what to do.
Why did the generator blow up?
Could have just been an electrical fault.
So, a coincidence?
Is this the best situation? To be waving stuff off as a coincidence? Did the killer throw something at the generator that made it explode? Perhaps it's the fault of the taser gun? The electrical discharge it released might have connected with the generator and created an overabundance of energy,
Which caused
everything in the circuit to pop.
Probably. There's no proof besides the taser was involved.
No, that's wrong!
Unfortunately, Ava, I have to disagree. You say nothing but the taser could have been involved in the murder. But there's one possibility you didn't consider. The shrapnel in the water.
Do you mean those bits of red metal which were floating around?
Right. The ones that look like the aftermath of an explosion. Due to their proximity to the generator, it's safe to assume the two are connected.
Can't that just be debris left by the generator?
Except this debris is a completely different color and lacks the rust the generator has accumulated. We're obviously looking at the remnants of something else, which means an object we haven't yet identified was caught in the explosion.
Fuck.
This is it.
Oh yeah, okay, it is that.
In the water was also an extension cord, half of which had been burnt away.
Did the cord get caught in the explosion?
Seems that cord has the misfortune of floating around the wrong place at the...
From what I saw in my investigation, the building's extension cord supply seems to be kept inside storage closet D. So in a way, yeah, it was definitely...
I feel like I know who the killer is now. I'm not gonna say
Storage closet D, huh? It was hard to make out much of it in the dark. And after the power came on, Kai came screaming for us to leave our closets. But I do recall seeing some extension cords peeking out from behind a shelf.
Since we already know the killer raided one storage closet, anyone else willing to bet they raided this one too?
The hell did they need an extension cord for?
Probably something involving the generator, given its proximity to the cord.
I'm not gonna think it into existence.
Same thing with the red bits, even though we don't know what they are.
The only thing we have not been discussing in this trial is this fucking weird-ass smell, and I don't...
This is it.
There we go.
Hold that thought. We may be able to identify the shrapnel using context clues. During the investigation, there was a strange smell permeating the boiler room. It took me a moment to notice, but when I did, well, the best way to describe the scent would be if you mix cereal and alcohol together.
Cereal and alcohol? Talk about specific.
Mm-hmm. 'Tis a sign a chemical reaction was at play.
Wait, you recognize the smell?
Chemical reactions can produce some pretty pungent odors. Usually something to the tune of alcohol mixed with cereal. Or fruits. I noticed the smell going into the investigation, but it had completely slipped my mind until now.
Could it be a chemical reaction was caused by the taser?
The gun never touched the water. There's no reason for it to be the source of the smell.
What about the generator?
Considering the state of it, that generator would smell more burnt than anything else.
If the chemical reaction can't be explained by what we already know, like the generator, or that the explanation is the one piece of evidence still evading us, the shrapnel.
Can someone translate this into less complicated talk?
It was just a long-winded way of saying he's using process of elimination.
I know it sounds like a stretch, but if you follow this line of reasoning, a lot more questions start getting answered. Think about it. If the smell and shrapnel are linked, then whatever object the shrapnel belongs to must contain chemicals.
So we're looking for a metal object, which is also packed with chemicals?
Surely something like that would be kept inside the pharmacy.
Looking at my notes, when we originally visited the pharmacy, I recorded everything I saw. A bright red metal object would have definitely caught my eye, but I don't see one written here.
I got lots of metallic objects in my dorm room, but nothing chemical. Just
Ingrid? Who? Oh, wait. Okay, I'm gonna save. I think I might know who it is. I just don't. It doesn't make sense. Fuck, okay, that's to the question. Now do I have any unique device in my room? Is it you? Okay, no. Wait. It's not Cassidy. Oh my god, okay.
It has to be you!
Oh!
I need to ask you something.
No, it's not! No, I can't even
What's up?
Can you tell me what's inside your dorm room?
Like, a full-on list?
Whatever works.
Sure thing. I got a pretty gnarly collection of parts and accessories. Blind spot mirrors, lithium batteries, wheels, spare brakes. I even have the legendary mantle from the 1984's Grand Prix winning Speedster.
That's what I was hoping to hear.
Cool. So, why'd you want to know? Unless... Wait, I'm not being suspected, am I? No. Don't try to rope me into this, bro. I've got nothing to do with the murder.
I know you don't.
Wait,
you have an alibi.
Wait. What? Wait.
The only reason I ask is because that mysterious red shrapnel may be the remnants of one of your lithium batteries.
What?
I see. A lithium battery might explain the smell in the air.
And lithium? That's an explosive substance. If it made contact with water, gosh, you'd be left with a mess and a half.
Wouldn't someone have heard an explosion, though?
I did.
Really?
During the tournament. Right before we lost power.
Oi, that's right. There was a boom.
Wait! I remember hearing it too!
I initially assumed the generator made the noise somehow. But if Jet's car batteries contain an explosive substance...
Hey, Jet, were your batteries bright red at all?
Maybe?
You don't know for sure?
I never took the batteries out of their packaging. The packaging isn't red, I can tell you that, but the actual batteries? Yeah, I got nothing.
So it can't be proven beyond a reasonable doubt?
Pretty much.
Well, what's the reaction time of a lithium battery?
The reaction time?
When a lithium battery hits the water, how long does it take to combust? I think, once we know that, we can decide whether or not the battery is relevant to the case.
A lithium battery would be an almost instantaneous reaction, I'm pretty sure.
Lithium isn't a metal I've worked with, but it got beat into my head never to mix it with substances it doesn't like. All that electricity, the battery would have let out when it hit the water.
There's warning labels on the battery for a reason.
Okay. If the reaction is instantaneous, then the battery would have entered the water only seconds before the generator exploded. That's really weird.
Is it?
According to Diana's testimony, when the explosion happened, she was still holding the taser gun. In which case, who threw the battery into the water?
Huh. We can rule out Wolfgang, since the Blackens can only be a student who kills another student.
It was only Diana and Wolfgang in the boiler room, so unless Diana herself was the one to throw the battery, then the battery can't play a part in the murder.
I didn't throw the battery! I promise!
Oh my god, what? Are we only doing non-stop debates? Jesus Christ! Okay, Chantel, taser gun, extension cord.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut! Lifting a battery would hurt too much!
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere. So it must have been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to what Eva described?
No, it could have fallen
If
from
that
somewhere.
battery is the murder weapon, why is there a taser gun?
Maybe it's a red herring.
Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water, a few inches from the generator.
Not the hardest shot to make.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
Fallen from somewhere. So it must have been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to what Eva described?
If that battery is.
The murder weapon. Why is there a taser gun? Maybe it's silver herring.
Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water.
A few inches from. The evidence tells.
If the battery
Is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm
Has been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen.
Fuck.
No!
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere. So it must have been submerged. Perhaps
Something akin to what Eva described? If that battery is the murder weapon, why is there a taser gun?
maybe
It's silver herring. Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water.
A few inches. Generator. The evidence tells.
Alright, we gotta continue.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
I need to look. Inside the machine.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery
Would hurt too much. Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though. The battery clearly couldn't have
fallen from somewhere.
So it must have been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to what Eva described? If that battery is the murder weapon, why is there a taser gun? Maybe it's silver herring. Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water. A few inches from the
Generator.
Not the hardest shot to make.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut.
Lifting a battery would hurt too much. Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere. Been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to
What Eva described?
If that battery is the murder weapon, why is there a taser gun?
maybe
It's silver herring. Judging by the shrapnel.
No, the battery would have landed in the water. A few inches. Generator. The evidence tells a.
If the battery
Is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water. But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much. Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
the battery clearly couldn't have fallen.
I'm brute
If the
forcing
battery
this
is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut.
Lifting a battery would hurt too much. Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though. The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere.
So it
Must have been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to what Eva described? If that battery is the murder weapon, why is there a taser gun?
Yo, I don't know what I'm
Maybe
doing.
it's silver herring. Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water.
A few inches. Generator.
I don't know.
The evidence.
If the battery
Is related to the case,
only Diana could have thrown it in the water. Damon. If the battery
is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water. But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much. Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
the battery clearly couldn't have
Falling from
somewhere.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But
my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much. Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere. So it must
Have been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to what Eva described? If that battery is the murder weapon, why is there a taser gun? Maybe it's silver herring.
Judging by the shrapnel.
The battery would have landed in the water.
A few inches from the.
I don't
The evidence tells a.
understand.
If the battery only Diana could have thrown it in the water. But
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight though.
And to fall.
on from somewhere. If the battery is related to the I could have thrown it in the But my arm had Damon. If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water. But my arm Damon. If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water. Cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't.
They're falling from somewhere.
No, that's wrong!
Oh, it fell from the fucking generator.
No. The battery might actually have fallen from the generator.
What makes you say that?
Alright, well, there we go.
The shrapnel's position in front of the generator suggests there's a correlation between the two. However, it's unlikely Diana threw the battery at the generator. Not only is the boiler room difficult to see in, the generator is positioned far enough from the concrete platform that Diana, with her wounded arm, would need to stand on the platform's edge to make the shot. Which would obviously put her in danger of being attacked by Wolfgang again.
Yeah. Wolfgang was really close. He could reach over to me if he wanted.
If the battery hadn't been thrown, the only other possibility is that it fell down into the water. And considering the layout of the boiler room, what else could the battery fall off of?
Are you saying the battery was sitting on top of the generator?
Where was the suspended over the thing?
I got it.
The battery may have been suspended over the generator.
Suspended over.
The extension cord. That's what it was used for.
This is it.
The killer could have tied the extension cord around the battery. If the cord and battery were tied together at the time of the generator's explosion, it would explain why half of the cord had been burned away.
The more you explain it, the more unbelievable it sounds.
What if that's the point? Maybe the killer chose a crazy method because no one would believe it.
I don't see how weaving a cord into the mix is any more beneficial than leaving it out. If anything, the cord adds extra weight.
Which would be especially inconvenient for Diana, because her arm was bleeding.
Right. It wouldn't benefit Diana to hold the cord. So, what if she didn't? Something else may have been supporting the cord instead.
Something like what? Wolfgang is a third person? That's the only one?
Yeah, like Diana. It wasn't me.
Oh my.
I
Oh my. Okay, so not a third person. Eva just opping on Diana. The object was
I got it.
Throughout this trial, we've assumed the killer held the battery in some form or another. If the battery was on its own, the killer tossed it in. If the battery was wrapped with a cord, the killer held the other end of the cord. But in the same way something else can hold the battery, can't something else also hold the cord?
Ugh. My head's starting to spin.
Are you talking about something which could keep the cord in place?
Spot select the vent.
This is it.
The killer tied the cord to the vent.
What vent?
The one above the generator. It connects the boiler room and the dining hall.
There's a vent above the generator?
You should remember some light shining into the boiler room. That's where the vent is. The vent itself is set a bit far back into the wall. So, you probably assumed the spot was a small window or something.
If the boiler room and the dining hall are separated by one vent, does this make the wallpaper thin, or...?
There's two vents. The boiler room vent and the dining hall vent. Both are connected via a small ventilation shaft. I was able to get a close look at the boiler room vent after Ava and I woke up, which is why I know these details.
How close is close for someone under 6 foot?
Ava helped me reach the vent,
By?
letting me sit on her shoulders.
Quite the visual.
Anyway,
He's so pissed.
if the killer tied one end of the cord to the vent and the other end around the battery, they could suspend the battery over the generator.
Something like that would result in an explosion.
What do you mean?
You say the killer tied one end of the cord to the vent and the other end to the battery. However, indoor extension cords are much longer than regular cords. They can be upwards of 9 or more meters in length, as 9 meters is significantly longer than the distance between the vent and the boiler room floor. If the killer wanted to tie the battery to the cord's other end, they would be tying it to something which is already submerged in water.
I see. It is an impossible setup.
And
well, not I didn't.
You believe?
So this whole thing?
I got it.
The extension cord is pretty thin and flimsy. If the killer wanted the battery to be secure, they need to wrap a lot of cord around it. Probably to the point there wouldn't be much spare cord remaining. Which is a good thing, because this spare cord is what the battery will be suspended by. So long as the spare cord isn't too long, the battery will sit safely above the water.
So much effort.
Agreed. How do you even submerge the battery into the water under those circumstances?
What did it use to put the country?
I don't...
This is it.
Okay, fine.
Like I mentioned earlier, I gave the vent a close look after originally waking. Part of my inspection included opening the vent to get a better look at the other side.
The vent can be opened?
Not all the way, but far enough for the vent to cause a domino effect if then closed. In our case, a domino effect involving the extension cord tied to it. If we assume the vent must be open for the battery to remain a safe distance above the water, we end up with a pulley system. To prevent the battery from entering the
Not
water,
the pulley
the vent
effect.
is
Are you
literally
fucking
pulling the
kidding
entire
me?
cord backwards. Ergo, it's not just the killer's own measurements keeping the battery in place, but the vent itself. Having opened one of these vents before, I can tell you how tough they are to move. A lightweight battery definitely isn't heavy enough to pull one shut. It takes an actual person to close one, which is great for the killer, because it means they get to maintain full control over when the battery enters the water. If they close the vent, the cord should slide forward and submerge the battery into the water. When that happens, the boiler room water becomes electrified by the battery's components, which in turn causes electricity to pass directly into the body of Wolfgang, who is...
Exactly which vent is the cord being tied to?
the boiler room vent.
Earlier, you said there's a small vent shaft connecting the boiler room vent to the dining hall vent. Assuming the killer is operating this trap from outside the boiler room, since we know there were only ever 2 people in that room, how would they even be able to reach the boiler room vent? Like you said, there's a separate vent in front of it.
There's someone in the dining hall.
This could only mean one thing. The killer never tied the cord to the boiler room vent. They tied the cord to the dining hall vent.
That just creates the same problem as before, but reversed. Instead of the dining hall vent making it hard to close the boiler room vent, it's the boiler room vent making it hard to reach the dining hall vent.
While the vents may seem like an obstruction, especially since they can't be opened all the way, there's a very easy workaround. All the killer needs to do is fit the extension cord between the grates of the boiler room vent.
Oh yeah, the grates. You mentioned something about them earlier. Right, when you described opening the boiler room vent. If you can fit your fingers between the grates, there's no damn way you can't fit a cord.
Exactly. After which, you can slide the cord through the ventilation shaft and out the opposite end for the killer to then go and tie to the...
Actually...
No! This MF did not just go, actually. Oh, no!
Hello?
I'm gonna need like a second. I don't know who the killer is at this point. I don't know. All I know is that it's possibly someone from the dining hall. That is all my...
What is it now?
There's something I still don't understand about your theory. It's to do with the logistics of the cord.
The logistics?
Its size.
Oh my god, we're really doing this. Okay, fucking Christ. Seriously. Alright, let's go.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. There were, from my which pipe, assuming... I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
I don't think
I understand
can do
the
this.
boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
I don't understand how...
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
Ulysses, I'm about to actually do. I cannot do
I understand
this.
the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way.
But enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however,
Is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
I don't know what the fuck to do. Like, I'm using the controls and it's not working.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way.
I know I have to advance. I can't do it because my controls aren't cutting the fucking... My controls aren't cutting the damn words.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
What am I doing wrong?
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
Oh God, please, for the love of God, we're getting
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
I lose my mind. Why? I just want to finish this trial.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
I'm only able to cut that one.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
I'm about to... Bro, this one minigame is making Ulysses like my least favorite character. I'm about to punch his eyes out. Jesus
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
Oh, I think I know what I'm supposed to do.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
I don't know anymore. I can tell this is a W without a showdown. I'm about to lose.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
Hold on, I'm gonna have to go back in the trial for the first rebuttal charges to see this damn. Oh my god, okay, wait. Maybe it's Q I have something to do with.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through.
I can't stand this sword, it doesn't work. I don't understand, okay. The space, size, and direction of my speed clue. I don't understand, okay.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
Anything. We don't know, and we'll never know.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
I'm like an experiment just to fucking get.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to poured through.
What's bothering me?
However, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
Oh, technical difficulties.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. There were, from my which, assuming... I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
So it has to be broken or something. I can't get the slashes to work or go fast enough.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
Oh my god. Well, it's not going fast
I understand the
enough where I
boiler
can-
room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through.
As you can see,
What's
it's not going
bothering
fast.
me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
What indicates what direction for these fucking rebuttals? I'm about to lose my fucking mind. What do I do for the first one?
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
Thought it was opposite.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened.
Here's the thing though, I'm fucking soft locked.
Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation. My notes say it was closed. I understand the boiler room
vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way.
I guess I just have to restart. I don't understand.
What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
I
understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not
all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however,
I'm gonna fucking recite this.
is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be
opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation,
which means it must have been closed during the murder.
Alt F4. I closed the game. I closed it. Oh my god. Why did I even last leave off? I really hope I didn't. I sincerely hope it's not that far. If it is, I'm gonna go fucking crazy. Wait. Oh, okay. I guess we'll just
It has to be you!
fast forward all the fuck.
Jet, I need to ask you something.
I don't know what the correct direction is. That's the thing.
I ripped her. I.
Well, when I
Anytime I
oh, that in
We.
it then
What debate is this? I don't remember.
if the battery is related, could have thrown it in the water.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight though.
Couldn't have fallen
from somewhere.
No, that's wrong!
No. The shell not that way. If the. Imagine leaning at the kill.
Is
Well,
I
got it. This is it.
if right. So.
I got it.
Throughout this trial, if put it.
This is it.
Things I do for this game.
So you should vet there.
Love who killed
What you?
the fucking crazy ass lunatic.
I got it.
The extension cord.
No question. I'm not taking any further nap until this fucking trial is done. I need to know.
If with so.
This is it.
Part not it to air. Have. Oh, if the when.
That instead of the dining hall.
While the vents may seem like an. For the
actually.
Hello? What is it now?
I'm fine. I'm just.
There's
I'm just
something
being
I
dramatic.
still. It's to do with the logistics of the cord.
The logistics?
Its size.
Wait. Here we go. Try this now.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
Let's look at these controls again.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
I'm fine, but I'm good. I'm literally actually not even tired. I have adrenaline pumping through my veins.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
I think kudos to Eden's Garden. I think you made a game more annoying than Hangman's Gambit. And it's the canon rebuttal showdown.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened.
Either I'm
maybe
stupid
not
and
all
don't
the
get how
way,
this works.
but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder. I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation,
Which means it must have been closed during the murder.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened, maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however?
You know what? I'm gonna take a break. I can't go to bed now. I don't have the energy to go to bed, but I will continue this in a bit, maybe an hour or two after people are up and I find out the directional controls, and I'll start streaming again and finish this stupid trial. It's been really good so far. I just love it. I want to see how it ends. But the stupid soft lock. I'm soft locked into the dumb rebuttal, and I need to know how my friends beat it. So, I'll catch you guys later.